Oh, wow. It looks like we might be live. Interesting. Okay. Well, I don't have. This is going to be interesting. All right, everyone. So, something new today. All right. TikTok. I have your chat up and I can see everything running just fine. Oh, you know what? Hold on just 1 second. Hold that thought. Okay. Sorry about that. Vito, how's it going? All right. Let's see here. What I'm going to do is, and I should be. Let me get my ears in real quick. I've changed everything around, so it's taking me a second. All right, Vito, you there? Oh, let's look at this. This is perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now, my question is, you're running hot in TikTok. My question is, that's going to run into YouTube and the other streams or not, but we'll figure that out as time goes on. And I can't even see anything in those at the moment. Well, what I did was I changed all of this around because when we were in TikTok before, we had to run through Discord. And when we did, every time I was talking, there was an echo, and individuals didn't like the echo. Luis, hello, welcome. And so now I'm going to be able to talk to you, and we won't have an echo, and we should be good to go. So, hello everyone. I want to welcome you to the stream. We're going to be doing some live trading in the Nasdaq. I've got Vito here. Vito is a former floor trader in the oil pits from the 90s. Amazing trader. Has an aspect from the inside that most individuals don't, and we're going to be listening to him. Hopefully, possibly sharing some charts with him. And if we aren't sharing the charts with him, then guess what? We're going to go ahead and utilize my charts. And we're just going to kind of talk through those as we're going through them. Welcome, Vito. Thank you so much for being here. Truly appreciate you. All right. So, do you want to start with a rundown of the Nasdaq today? Of course. Let's see here. Where's my... And then around 12:15 is going to be right here. You able to see that? Did it transfer over? It did not. Let me... all the crazy things on it. That's funny. Let me see here. Fit screen. Oh no. I'm with you, and I'm working on becoming a simpleton. I'm just a little slow in the process. Here we go. It should be camera image. Let's just go ahead and add a new source. And then it should be right here. Give me 1 second. Okay, which one? There we go. And we should be good to go now. There we go. So you actually fib the whole day's range. Do you do that do you do that in the context of Globex or just a US session? The entire range of Globex, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Mhm. Absolutely. And then we're also here in an area for the daily chart as well. And then we're actually still below VPOC on the 240 and then below the anchor VPOC on the daily perspective as well for both Globex and the US sessions. Absolutely right. And so again, everybody, I just want to let you know for the individuals that are coming in. I've got Vito on here with me today, and Vito is a former oil trader from the pits of New York back in the '90s, and so he's giving us a context of what he looks for, what he learned as an insider, and different things along those lines. So I do want to invite everybody to ask questions and we will speak to Vito, and he's going to continue to give us his perspective and what it is that he's doing. Now, Vito, when you're looking at these, especially in these areas, we're coming up here the 241, which was one of your VMLs, Vito Magical Lines, that you also give out on TikTok as well. And as we're coming off of here in a daily area, coming off of this whole area here, what are you looking at in the context for your actual pinpointed entries or your entry areas? Absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. And when we're talking about midpoints and we're talking about those type of things, what we're looking at is we're looking at market structure. As you can tell, the only indicator that I have on my charts right now is a VWAP, and this is one of the things that Vito has talked with me and taught me as well. Right. What we're looking for is market structure, and we're looking for past what the market has done in the past. Because here's the thing, right? We have to analyze what's happened in the past, what's happening right now, and we trade into the future. And the more we focus on the past and the longer time frame perspective, the better off we are in our trades. Why? Because the market is always usually in some sort of trend. It's in a pullback of a trend like it is right now at times. And those two things can both happen at the same time. And then we have the intraday time frames. And the intraday time frames, they don't mean a lot. In fact, manipulation is going to happen. If it's going to happen, it's going to be in that shorter time frame perspective. And so Vito has really taught me to stay more off of the short time frame charts, focus more onto the long time frame charts, looking for that structure on that long time frame chart, and stacking areas together. So in other words, confluence. And confluence just means you're just stacking areas together off of the higher time frame charts until you get to a point where you have an entry where there's confluence. All right. And when you have that confluence, what happens, Vito? And I'm a former Marine, and Vito has used the acronym a lot as well. And he was in the military, so it must be something he used on the pits. But it's KISS: keep it stupid simple, or keep it simple stupid, whichever one you want to go with. It's really about keeping it simple. When you have that confluence, you have the stacking, that's go time. You just go ahead, you push the button, you enter the market, and here we go. And what our goal is here is, Vito, talk about your goal a little bit with all of this, what it is. I mean, you're at the point in your life where you are comfortable, you're trading, you really don't have to do anything. Why are you here? Why are you on this stream with me? Why are we talking to other traders? 100%. 100%. Yeah. 100%. And I know for myself, I really, really struggled with that idea of trading is boring, because it wasn't, right? It wasn't, because I was constantly struggling with myself. I was struggling with everything going on within me as well. And that's not boring. There's a lot of volatility in all of that. But when you have areas, you've got structure, um, what happens is that all that other stuff goes away. And as that stuff starts to fall away, what you have left is just trading. And as Vito said, when you're trading properly and you're trading good, trading's boring. Some of the comments, it's fun making money when talking to friends. Absolutely. 100%. Um, and then what is it that you want to do within the trading community, Vito? What is your ultimate goal? What is it that you're trying to accomplish within the trading community itself? And what do you mean by take him for a ride, Vito? Can you expand on that a little bit? What do you mean by that? What do you guys think? I mean, where are you guys at in your trading? Are you guys out there trading profitably, consistently? Are you struggling? Are you trying to? I'm here on out. I'm 5 months in. Okay. Um, Other people joined the live, but I'm listening. Mahoney, I have 4 evals currently at 52,400, all four. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, it has 4 evals currently running at 52,400 in all four of them. So I think he's $2,400 in each one of them. So 600 more to pass. So he needs $600 more to pass. So he's at 52,400. He's be at 53,000. That is great. Mhm. Absolutely. Now, when you say drawdown, um, When you're looking at cash accounts and you're looking at different things along those lines, what does an individual actually need in order to be able to get started in trading where they're going to be able to live through any form of drawdowns that can happen initially? What would you expect an account size to get people started? Absolutely. And Robbie, just to Robbie's asking, I'm genuinely confused how prop firms make money on their end. And the reason why the prop firms make their money on their end is they're getting the monthly subscriptions from, X amount of people. And we'll just say 10,000 people. We'll even say 1,000 just to keep the number simple and easy to use mathematics, right? So let's say $1,000 or a thousand people paying in $100. Okay, that's $100,000. All right. Well, you only have X amount of people that are trading consistently or even passing an eval. Okay. And out of that, you probably only have what? I mean, what would you say is the individuals actually passing evals? Vito, what would be your number that you would guess at and percentage wise? 85 to 90 are failing exactly. I was going to say around 10%, maybe 10%, maybe only 5%, right? Of individuals. But I mean, again, it's a guess, right? And so now you have 10,000, or out of those 1,000 people, you have 100 of them that have passed the eval. That means that you just made 900 evals on your own, which is $90,000. And so if you pay out, so it's 12%. So somebody's in here saying, oh, I'm 12%, 10%, 12%, somewhere right around in there. Just keep numbers simple, right? And then out of those 100, I mean, you probably are only going to have maybe 10, 20% of those individuals that's going to actually pass their evaluation or that funded before they blow that up as well. And so you're paying out very little money comparatively to the money that you're drawing in is what the point is. That's how they're making money. And that's exactly it. They're making their money from people constantly failing the evaluations. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Vito. That's 100% true. Yeah, and they're saying 3.7, 4 to 7% of individuals are actually getting payouts, and 100%, right? Um, and so Vito, in this context, right? You have individuals that are new to trading, maybe they're intermediate, maybe they're making money consistently, right? For those individuals that are struggling or just getting started, maybe you've been doing it for a while but still aren't finding that consistency. Where do you where would you recommend that they actually start? Yeah, most definitely. So Mahoney, if you're with own capital, how do I do this, and how would one trade work? Basically, on the eval 2,000 drawdown. So for me, I risk usually between 200 and really not more than $500 in a single trade at any given time. So if I'm entering in a position and it's more than $500 away from where I would be wrong in the position, I will wait to get a better price, or I'll just let that position go against me. So each one of my trades, I'm looking at it between 200 and 500. And Vito, I think you said usually your risk is around 200. Sometimes you'll risk up to 50 points. Oh, you got into this? How rude. I've been talking. I can't do two things at one time. I can't even walk and chew gum at the same time. Absolutely. No, this is very true. And that's part of that the short time frame manipulation, right? Where the bots are and those type of things. I mean, you can't necessarily manipulate a trend, but you can manipulate a short-term pullback or trend, if you will, and the shorter time frame charts. Um, and so Mahoney, to get back to hello Chris, how's it going? To get back into your question, right? $2,000, if you're risking basically $200 a trade, right? You have 10 trades that you could have expenses on in a row before you blow up your account. Okay. And so it really depends on your money management. But here's the thing. Here's the thing about trading, right? Hey Leighton, how's it going? When we're looking at doing all of this, okay? One of the things that you have to remember about these prop firms, and if you're doing prop, that's different, right, than cash, but it's still kind of the same. There's no sense in even going live in a prop firm until you have 30 consistent trades under your belt in sim. Vito, would you agree with that? Because if you can't trade in sim, you're not going to be able to trade live. And if you can't trade live, then you're just throwing your money away in cash or paying evals. Okay. If you need access to data and you don't know how to get it, you just want an easy way to do it, go ahead and go into a prop account, give them the money. And I'm not sure exactly how long the prop accounts actually stay active for, but I think it's over a month. I don't even know if they have a situation where they just cut you off and say, okay, well, you haven't been inactive and you need to pay 30 days. Okay, beautiful. So you've got 30 days in a sim account by doing that. You can also get DX feed. You can get some other things, other feeds too, which are fairly cheap. Trading View, I think Trading View has fees that you can get with them as well, for I think $15-20 a month for the CME or for the other indices. And so you can get access to charts and charting software and go in and get the data and go sim. And once you're sim, practice and 30 trades for me, from what I've always been taught and what I've learned, is 30 trades gives you statistical relevance, and that gives you a chance to be able to see what your profit factor is on, win loss ratio, which isn't all that important, because what's really the key is the profit factor. The profit factor is going to tell you how much you should expect in percentage wise of what you're making over your expenses. Vito, what else would you have individuals pay attention to and look at in the context of their statistics of 30 trades? Mhm. Well, yeah. Yeah, and Vito, you're 100% correct there. I mean, like your position that you called out, was it last Sunday, that went 1,000 points last week? Is that right? Yeah. And so, if you have a position that you can hold for 1,000 points, I mean, it's going to change your if you're using a risk reward ratio of 2 to 1, for example, you can't even get that because you're going to be exiting out at that second profit target. But if you're opening your positions up and you're trailing your stop as you're coming out of the market, or as you're coming into the market to get out, 1,000 points is possible in these areas. Yeah. Absolutely. And no name Jose. I have a 30% win rate, but a 1.9 profit factor. Small risk and winners will carry your losses. Absolutely. And how do I like deep charts? Exactly. See, Vito likes that. That's exactly what he's looking for. Vito, what do you always say about how to tell if you're a good trader or not? What do you look at? Yeah. 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 Yep. Um, and no name Jose. I do like deep charts. I'm going to be moving over to Trading View. The only reason I'm going to be moving into Trading View is because it's going to allow me to be able to trade more online um, through my phone and different apps along those lines. Because I'm going to be doing much more. I'm going to be much more active in my trading. And yeah, of course, I'm going to be doing a lot more trading in multiple sessions, and I'm not always going to be in front of my computer when that happens. And so I'm going to be much more engaged in that aspect, and I need to move away from deep charts. But one of the reasons why I moved to deep charts was because of this. Hopefully this doesn't take me forever to figure out how to do this time. But oh, you know what? I can go ahead and do it from this chart. This is fine. If I don't want footprints, I can just click the button. If I want volume profiles on there, if I don't want the numbers, I do want the numbers. It's that simple. That's why I got deep charts. It's just very simple. I took my first trade in 1998, and so I came from a background of using Sierra charts when I was first learning how to do footprints, and that software is great, but you almost have to have an engineering degree in order to be able to do it. One thing I'd say about prop firms is it's hard to have a low win rate. They are designed for one-to-ones. Yep, exactly. Okay, nice. Yeah, I wish deep trades could be mobile, but it's still all desktop. It is, and I'm sure they're probably going to be moving that into online as well at some point in time for mobile. Um, yeah, exactly. It is an amazing software. I completely agree with you. There's some things on there that they don't have that I wish they did that TradingView does have, and that's one of the other reasons I'm going to be moving over there. All right, Vito, what was that? I'm sorry. Did I interrupt you? Hmm. Right. where would you be trailing your stop at in this? Because I mean, at some point in time, right? If you're up X amount of money, are you going to take, like, let's say for example, you're up five, six, $700 in a position on a one line. Are you going to allow that to come back against you to a $200 deficit? Or are you eventually going to get out like at a break even or something along those lines? At what point in time do you go ahead and call that and say, okay, I am going to trail my stop here, at least move into a break even or something along those lines? Absolutely. Absolutely. I can't tell you how many times that's happened to me. No, TPO charts, absolutely. I use TPO charts as well. And D charts is one of the best for that. Exactly. That's why I went in this direction. What are your thoughts on the market? Past couple weeks been a tough market for me almost all summer. Vito, I'm going to let you run with that one. And no name Jose, can you get a little more descriptive in your issues that you're having? Hey, Leighton. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Yeah, good guy. Good guy. He's working on some really good, really cool stuff too. Looking forward to it. Doing good. How about yourself? And I want to thank everybody too for sharing the live, for the gifts, the just the comments and everything else. I really truly appreciate everybody. I don't want you guys to think that I'm ignoring anybody in chat and I'm not appreciative. I'm new to streaming myself, and so answering questions, doing this with Vito, I'm brand new with this as well. So bear with me. I'm working on it. Um, Waiting for some more information from No Name Jose. Definitely the distribution in the morning and the reversion almost back or past the open. I know he's using a lot auction market theory because he's using TPOs and those type of things. On time price opportunity, one of these charts. Right. I knew you were gonna laugh. One of No Name Jose. In the auction market theory too, he's also using the value area high, value area low, those type of things as well. Yeah, and no name Jose, right? That's one of the things that I've really learned from Vito. Value area high, value area low, TPO charts are good for confluence. It's very difficult to trade them just on their own. I may be wrong trying to take a level of continuation, but market seems to reverse aggressively. Mhm. Yeah, absolutely. And no name Jose, that's one of the things that I did, and I started learning footprints and auction market theory in 2011, 2012. I started getting a handle on it in 2013, 2014. And this is one of the things that I found. When the markets are moving directionally and you're trading in the context of TPO and value, you're trading on balance, right? So, example for this morning, I saw the weak aggressive short try to take continuation short. Um, when the short happened today, we were in an area of the daily perspective. And if we didn't get in at like 9:34, 9:36 this morning, there was one area that we were able to come in and get a pullback from. And that happened right here in this area. And if you time them, well, that's 130. Sorry, not that one. Before the pullback, here's your down right here. I picked up this short this morning in here, and Vito kind of yelled at me, rightfully so, because I was too focused on the short-term charts and coming in here, right? So the entry from the area of the longer-term perspective today was right here at the open. You know, this is, of course, a 5-minute chart, right? You can get more granular with it. And the 2-minute had a bit more of a... Here, I'll just show you. And we're going to go ahead and stay on this chart. It's much easier for me not to move things around as much. Scrolling back. So right in here is where I took that short position. Okay. Yeah, it may have been my mistake, hyper-focused on the short term. Well, that's the problem, right? We get way too hyper-focused on the short-term charts. And Vito yells at me about this all the time, because the areas that we want to trade from really come from the weekly, the daily perspective. We can use the 240 and the 60-minute, of course, for confluence and those type of things, but it really comes from the longer time frame charts. And if we're not analyzing the longer time frame charts properly and getting the areas from those long-term charts, we're defeating the purpose, because the manipulation happens in the daily and the intraday perspective, not in the higher time frames. There's not enough pools, there's not enough money out there to be able to manipulate a trend, but you can definitely manipulate anything in here within the context of a 2-minute chart per se. You know, and I wouldn't necessarily, it's a mistake, right? It's a learning. You know, we're developing here, and in the context of developing, we're going to do things that we coulda, shoulda, maybe done better. Doesn't mean that's a mistake. It means that we need to grow into the intention that we have for ourselves. So if we're intentionally wanting to become profitable traders, right? We need to grow into that. We need to allow ourselves to develop into it. Let's see. How do you trust your level without seeming fighting the trend? Seemed like today was heavy bearish, but it's tough to go against the market floating lower, higher time frame. Vito? Kiss? Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And don't even say you are. Let me see if I can't speak your language a little bit in the context of auction market theory. Okay. We're currently in an imbalanced market condition higher, and the higher time frames. We're in an imbalanced market condition higher in a consolidation phase. All right. So we're imbalanced higher in the overall condition of imbalance within a shorter period balanced market condition. Correct? Would you agree with that synopsis? Okay. So in the context of an imbalanced market condition, we're looking at longs, right? But then we're also a period of balance. Okay. Well, when we're in this area of balance right now, we're kind of in the area of value at the moment. We're not in unfair highs. We're not in unfair lows. We're in balance, but we're in balance within the overall bands of value area high, value area low of the daily chart. So you're coming off of value area high, moving down into anticipation of value area low. So what you would be looking for in the context of auction market theory is looking for pullbacks within value to continue to the downside. And the way you would do that is look at the higher time frame daily perspective of value area high, value area low, coming off of value area high, going to a shorter time frame chart, looking for balance in the shorter time frame chart, right? Looking for break up into value area high, short from that position, moving into anticipated direction of the daily perspective. Does that make sense? No, I'm asking no name Jose. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, perfect. And so in that context today, right, in the short, we should anticipate a breakdown to the downside today. Now, granted, we don't want to have a what we don't want to have is we don't want to have a bias on the day, for example, right? A lot of people have biases, and a lot of people want biases. What's wrong with having a bias in the market? When you have a bias in the market, you're anticipating a directional move in a particular direction. Okay. And the market will do whatever it's going to do. And so if we're only thinking short out of areas, for example, right, then the market might bounce off of a particular area to the long side, but we're constantly trying to go short. Or if you think about stochastics, an overbought or oversold market, if a market is overbought, right, it can still continue to move up, and it's just going to continue to increase in the oscillation, right, and the unfair highs. Well, that's the same thing that happens in auction market theory. Auction market theory, the value area high is going to continue to move up as the market's going up, giving you more indication to continue to short, and you're just continuing to short highs. And so a bias is very, very detrimental at times in trading, but you also have to understand the market condition that you're in. Rotation is rotation, directional market movement is directional market movement. So you have to understand context, but you don't want to allow that context to turn into bias. Vito? Well, Vito, does the market care about what we think? Does it care about what we know? And remember, too, when you're talking about liquidity, most individuals miss this point. If you're trading in a prop account and you're in an evaluation, you're in a sim account. Your trades are not going into the actual market. You're not part of the order book. You're not part of the order flow itself. And so you're not doing anything in the context of the market. So the market's not looking for your orders or anything else because it can't even see it. What was that? No, you're not. You're still actually in a sim environment. And if you show up and you do really good, they may offer you a brokerage account, but most of the time not. That's why a lot of the prop firms have a cap in how much a trader can actually make. Here's another good question by No Name Jose. No Name Jose, I love this. And thank you so much for all your questions. Really appreciate you. How about entry confirmations? How do you guys know the difference between anticipation and confirmation? So, and now here, yeah, yeah. Absolutely. And Vito, I just want you to know that I'm really tired of watching you make money all the time when I'm sitting here with you. And one of these days I'm going to be joining with you on these positions. Um, with that, With that in mind, what happens in the now here, this is context, everybody, right? We got to put into context. The reason why this green line is here is not for a long, it's not for a short. It's just for me to be able to determine this is overnight low is what it is. Okay. So in the context of the overnight low, okay, what we have is we've got price action trading here around VWAP. If you're looking at coming underneath and coming back and then move, what happens when the market just turns around and starts to consolidate around your area? What do you do at that point in time, Vito? Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Uh, exactly. That's the problem with the markets is not the fact that there's not enough opportunity. The problem is that there's too much opportunity, especially depending on the time frame you're on. But as tuning a piano, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I see what you're saying, but a lot of the times you'll see the breakout, and at the end, it's a weak body or a wick develops. And you will, right? And that's part of the problem with breakouts, right? So individuals think, okay, well, the market's breaking out, it's going to is going to start to trend, but a lot of breakouts move back into value. This is why, for me, what I do. Let me see if I can give you a good example. What I will do when I'm doing auction market theory and doing creating volume profiles and those type of things. Let me get rid of this VWAP. It's going to drive me crazy. This is a breakout right here, a value, right? This is a breakout. But what do? We come right back down into the value area, low area. Here, we'll just put a quick little volume profile up here, right? And breaks out, it comes right back into value again. A lot of individuals are going to turn around on a pullback here and try to buy this, especially on this wick as it's green up here, anticipating the highs to break. And this is exactly where it fails. This is why breakouts, you need confluence. You need confluence of a higher time frame rather than just trying to trade a profile such as this, anticipating a breakout to move into a directional area. Thoughts, Vito? Yeah. Most of the order flow is institutional, although it seems like it failed to go up past the value. But of course, it's institutional. They're the ones that have the money. They're the ones that are trading the volume. It's not retail traders, right? But what order flow gives you is, for example, down here in this long, right? I had this area just not on this chart, and so I missed the area. And Vito was talking to me about here. He's like, what is your order flow telling you here? Well, we turn around, we come down. As we're coming down through here, the last time we were down here, 521, 158, 132 sellers, right? So now we have 177, 215, 239. Sellers are kind of drying up here. And then look here, 104, 353, 117, 364 buyers, right? Well, we have 256, 219, not quite as many, but price action is still moving up on less volume. What is that telling you? That is taking less volume, less participation to move the market higher. And then where do we pull back to after we made higher highs? Right back into the VPOC of this whole little area right in here, right? What does that mean? That means that price action broke up. What did they do? They, them, moneymakers, whoever it might be, right? Institutions sold the price back down again, tested into the high volume, and buyers stepped into the market right there at those prices. There's your long entry for this area coming off of overnight highs. And so Vito was like, well, what's order flow telling you? And I'm like, well, order flow is telling me that we have rejection down here. I should be looking for the long side, but I'm not in an area. It's like, well, what about overnight low? I looked over at my daily charts. I'm like, oh, overnight low's there. It's just not on my chart. I missed that position as well for the long side. Was that the right? Now this is 2:30 in the morning because I'm on a 30-minute chart. But it's the same thing. I'll show you the same exact thing here on the 2-minute. Green line, same thing. Absolutely. Absolutely. Most of the order flow is institutional, although it seems like it failed to go up past the value area. Institutions and their stops and their algos already made their profits off second to second trades. It seems like it failed to go past value area, but more than likely they made their profits already. Thoughts on that, Vito? The thing about algos, the thing about the institutional traders in the terms of algos and money makers and those type of things, right? Market makers and those type of things. Um, they're going to affect price in the short term. They're not going to affect price in the long term. Okay? They're just not. Not through any form of manipulation, stop runs, or anything along those lines. It's just not, right? Are you going to get algos in the short term? 100%. Most definitely. Um, are they going to be involved in manipulating this trend? Absolutely not. And so what we do as traders is we go to a time frame like this and we say, this is a time frame I'm going to trade. This is a time frame I'm going to look for areas on. I might go to a 30-minute chart. I might go to a 60-minute chart, but then you get fixated on this chart here. And now you get into the games and the manipulation that happens. But if you take your areas like an overnight high or overnight low in this case, right, for Globex low, and you're trading off that Globex low, well, what happens? This is where you get the nice price increase. What happened up here? We're coming up here into one of Vito's magical lines, right? This is also a daily area right here that we've had support from, that we broke down below today, and we're coming back up and testing that area now. What is it probably going to be? Resistance. Where resistance around a VML, that's the reason for your short. Again, confluence. And if you look at your hourly chart around the same time frame, your hourly chart's coming off of VWAP. How long did it take you guys to reach profitability? I'm on year 4 and seem to be break even. Well, Vito was on the floor. I think it's a different context for him. How long did it take you, Vito? But like he said, he was trained by pros, so a different story. For me, it took me a lot longer than that. But my problem always was I would back test and back test and back test and back test, and I would, like, literally I would spend 12, 14, 16 hours a day behind the charts. And I would have really, really, really good runs, and I'd hit the Russell with 18 lots and the ES with 25 lots. And so I would do these spells of these weeks, eh, do really, really, really well. And then the market condition would shift, into a trending market condition or something like that. And I wouldn't get very many signals. And so I would make all my money in this little short period of time. And then there would be times where I would get pullbacks, or drawdowns. And once I hit 20, 30% drawdown in my account, I would stop trading, go back, fix things through more back tests and stuff, and start over again. So I was one of those traders that was constantly adjusting my methodology based upon market condition, because I never found something that is able to just trade any form of market condition with. And then Vito just got a hold of me recently, and it's completely changed my life around when it comes to trading. Um, and so, and the reason being is that it's not about market condition anymore. It's not about balance. It's not about imbalanced market condition. It's about seeing what the market's doing on a longer time frame and keeping it simple. If it comes down through that area, comes down through the area, wait for a pullback and look for a short. And it's about being patient and waiting for price action to come back into these areas, rather than trying to go to a shorter time frame chart and trying to pick up this or trying to pick up this, right? It's about allowing this long to just happen. But, even in this long, though, I picked up a long in here this morning, coming in here off of, we came back up through and came down into this area. I took a long, and I ended up getting out of the position for whatever reason around VWAP. I should have held all the way up here, but I got out way too early in the position. And then this short up here, I was doing something else and I completely missed this short. And then here's your other opportunity to go short again. Here's your other opportunity to go short again. We don't need to be in the markets all the time. We don't need to be looking for positions in a short-term charts. There's enough positions here. I was up $4,500 on Friday just trading off of overnight high, overnight low. 3 trades, over $4,500 on the day. Buying the low, selling the high, because we're in a tight rotational day and the market just gave it to you. Today, it's the same exact thing. Right at the open. What's the first thing that we did this morning right off the open? We turned around and came up here. And where are we? Where's 9:30? Right here. What did we do? Right at the open, we came up here into this area, directly into it, and immediately trading down. And this morning I was on TikTok with Vito, and I'm like, look, everybody says you can't trade the open. Yes, you can. You're in an area. We've already come off of overnight highs, right? We've already tested into the overnight lows. We're coming back up again into this area. It's the same exact thing as going into here. And he's like, "You're right." And I'm like, "Wow." I'm learning into this process just as much as everybody else is that's in here, because I'm learning how to trade out of these longer term areas and how to be able to understand them. And let me tell you, they're absolutely a game changer. And I give all the credit to Vito. And Vito does have a mentorship program that he runs as well. So if any of you are struggling, any of you want to learn how to do this consistently, get a hold of Vito. DJ Vito, you have his information. Take him, DM him on TikTok. He'll get back to you. And Vito, one of the things that I've noticed, I mean, guys, December 2019, I went through a terrible, terrible divorce, and I was just done. I walked away from trading completely, and I started looking at other people's charts on TikTok in April of this year. I wasn't even on. I was looking for things that I could stream. I wanted to do something, and I wanted to kind of do this in the context of streaming. Just in a different way. I started listening to individuals on TikTok. I didn't even know that the whole trading community even existed, as I wasn't on social media at all until then. And in that context of watching other people talk about trading and different things along those lines, I was like, oh man, oh no. And so I got charged about a month later. And then a month later, I started to trade in my cash. Then everybody was talking about the prop accounts. And so I'm like, okay, well, let's see if I can do this in the prop accounts. And then that's when I turned around and met Vito. And Vito was like, just sometimes in your trading, it's painful to watch because you're trading in the middle and you're doing the things that you're not supposed to be doing. And it's hard to watch sometimes. And I'm like, man, all right. And so he's kind of taken me under his wing. I'm extremely grateful. And um, the information that he is sharing, I took my first trade in 1998. Okay, I wish I would have met Vito in 98. My whole life, my whole trading career, everything would be completely different. And that's not me talking Vito up and saying, hey, you guys should probably work with Vito. No sales, no anything else. It's literally, I know what it takes to be a consistently profitable trader. I know what Vito has taught me comparatively to other individuals. I've spent over $120,000 in trader development in this industry from 98 until 2019. And what Vito has shown me in the last few weeks is hands down better than anything else that I've ever done in this industry. So thank you, Vito. Appreciate you. What else? Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hmm. Yep. But one of the things a lot of the TikTok traders out there is talking about and those type of things is they're discussing, don't trade around the open because of the volatility and those type of things. And here Vito's, entering positions, in the Globex market before the US Open and holding them into the US Open. Vito, what do you say about trading? What is this? It's saying that I'm inactive. I don't know. Sorry about that, everybody. But what do you say about trading around the open and in that context? Is there anything to that? And that's why I'm going to be transferring over to TradingView because that's one of the things I've noticed that Vito has figured out, right? In terms of what he's doing, and it's being confident in the areas and allowing himself to just execute around those areas. And he does it off of his phone. He does it from wherever it is that he's at, setting alerts, and then he can just enter wherever. He doesn't have to be tethered to his desk 24/7. Um, now I do have a great question from No Name Jose. I love this question. I didn't even think about asking it, and I probably should have. Ozzy, thank you so much for the follow, and everybody else, thank you so much for the follows, for the likes, for the hearts, for everything else. I truly appreciate everybody coming in, and the community, the conversation. You guys are awesome. Really, truly appreciate each and every single one of you. How tough was the transition from the floor to electronic trading? Mhm. And absolutely. Now, in that context, right? Traders down on the floor in New York, they driving Lamborghinis and all this other stuff, wearing Christian Dior all the time. Love it. I love it. My point is right, over on the in the internet community, right, social media community, and the traders and stuff, right, they'll be down there in garages and trading in front of these cars and different things along those lines, right? Well, there's quite a few of them, Vito. um the trading, you get to the point where you're able to trade, become an investor, and invest your proceeds. Don't turn around and think that it's an open bank account and you can just go and do what you want to do with it. Be smart with your money. Invest your money, right? You never know when something's going to happen and something's going to change. Protect yourself, just like you put a stop loss in every single one of your trades. Protect your assets. No, don't be sorry, please. Um, did you have to pay a monthly fee to be on the floor, Vito? Do you know how much those seats were? Yeah. So the mob owned the floor seats, is what you're saying. So so how, in the context of the floor, I mean, seriously, how much did a your space, your body filled on the floor, how much did that cost? Yeah. And then, Vito, here's another great question too. What do you guys think of the new generation selling courses and not making money off trading? Vito, I don't know if you can see me right now, but you must have a camera hidden in my house somewhere because I think you were talking about me when you were talking about 3 inches from the screen and your hand's always on the mouse. Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, and it's interesting, right? Because Vito and I have talked about this a bit, and we both and Vito, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to talk out of turn. I don't want to talk for you by any stretch of imagination. But one of our conversations we were talking about, it's like, can't teach somebody to trade. You really can't. But you can develop a trader. And that's where we're really coming from here is we're just in the we just met a few weeks ago, right? All of this is brand new. But that's where we're coming from in this context, right? Is developing traders, not not saying, hey, look, here's a system. Okay, not saying, you here's, a gap or whatever it might be. This is the time that you want to enter. Look for your 2 to 1, and here you go. Everything's going to be just fine and work itself out. The markets don't work that way. Humanity, human beings, our behavior doesn't work that way. you know, if we're not confident in something, our subconscious processes are going to kick in. It's the fear and greed mentality, right? The fear of entering a position or the fear of not being in a position because you might miss out on something. Those thoughts and emotions are going to trigger your action. And it doesn't matter what you intend to do. It doesn't matter what your conscious participation is telling you to do. You're no longer trading from that conscious participation. You're now trading from that place of fear, of emotion, of greed, of whatever it might be that are associated with your triggers. And I'm not saying fear is something negative and greed is something negative. It's just how human nature really is. And so to combat that, you've got to be confident. And you can't be confident unless you develop. Anybody can trade. Look, this is all it takes to be a trader. Look, I'm a trader. I'm a trader. You know what? I'm a trader. I just took a trade. I can click the button. I can enter positions. I might even be savvy enough to be able to hit a stop loss in some place, right? I can trail it down and I can move it. I can enter a TP. Boom. I'm a trader. Okay. Anybody can be a trader. Anybody. All it is pushing buttons. That's all it is. Okay. But we have to develop ourselves into the confidence to know why we're entering a trade, how we're going to enter it, and where we're going to get out of the positions. That's where we're coming from here, is that development. It's having the confidence. And the way you get your confidence is by understanding how the market actually operates. And I can't think of a better individual that went from the floor, that learned to do it electronically, that's been on both sides to be able to help us understand areas so we can be confident in our own trading. That's where I'm coming from with all of this. That's why I'm here streaming. That's why I'm here in the social media context, is to be able to help individuals develop themselves into the intention of becoming consistently profitable traders. Vito? Yeah. Because it's familiar, and when you're learning something new, especially in the markets and those type of things, right, you're not confident in it, and so what do? You go back into the one thing that you did have some form of confidence in because it's familiar. And that's part of the problem, right? In order to learn something new, you got to become an empty cup. You got to you got to be comfortable being uncomfortable until you can become comfortable in something you can truly be confident in, that you can believe in, that you can fully understand and know. Because when you don't know something, you got to walk into it in the context of some form of faith, right? You got to fake it until you make it. You got to fake it until you believe it, right? But then you start to know something. When you know something, you're like, oh, okay, you know what? You can hang around with it a little bit. You're involved with it. But then you turn around at some point in time and you trust it. And when you trust something, you don't question it. You don't wonder, oh, well, maybe I should do this or maybe I should do that. No, you just flat trust it. That is when you have confidence, is in that trust. And it's difficult to become that empty cup because we don't trust in what we don't even know what we're first learning. And so then we have to come into an environment that makes us stressful, that triggers us. And what happens when we're triggered? We go right back to what we knew before, because it's what makes us comfortable in the moment when we're uncomfortable. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yep, no, we're right back to the overnight lows. We hung out with VPOC there a little bit, and now we're right up to overnight lows. Now the question is, are we going to sell into that, into the close, or are we going to bounce again? And I don't know. I don't know. I think you're right. I think there's a good chance that we're going to close below it. Mhm. Absolutely. No name Jose. Essentially, how do you guys handle the getting kicked in the face for so long moments? I don't know about Vito, but for me, honestly, it's not that difficult for me. I love trading. I love everything about this industry. I love the challenge. I love the growth. I love the development that it forces me to do. I love everything about trading, and so I'll get kicked in the face as many times as it takes in order for me to be able to figure all this out. Hmm. That's awesome. Um, hey Manny, how's it going? Thank you so much for joining. Appreciate you. I was going to ask something in that context, and I don't remember what it was now. It must not have been important. Anyways, I'm trying to. I'm also trying to get onto my YouTube so I can see the chat and those type of things because I can't do that in. I switched from OBS over to Restream, and I don't have access to my chat anymore. So I'm like not even sure what's going on. Oh, here we go. Hello, sir. I really want to learn order flow, but I can't afford that any of charting software. I mean, how can a $100 wallet person spend $50 a month on this? Please help me get access. Um, well, you don't. I mean, and I hate to be to be blunt, and I'm not trying to be in any way with that. It's just honesty. Vito, you want to take a crack at answering that? Hmm. Hmm. Yep. Exactly. And hmm, absolutely. And here's the thing, though, right? If you're an individual and you want to trade, okay, and it's what you really want to do, then find a side hustle that you could do for a while. Save the money that you need, and take that side hustle money and apply it to trading. You know, we money is scarce. Mhm. Mhm. Exactly. Absolutely. Yep. Yep. Exactly. Absolutely. And, no offense to anybody by any stretch of the imagination, but any business, and you hear it all the time, it takes money to make money. And you do have to invest in it. I mean, I have a $4,500 computer next to me. I don't know if I necessarily needed to build a computer that costs that much, but I'm sitting here, I'm running charts right now. I've got two streams going on. I'm on TikTok Live. I've got Restream going on through multiple streams on there. You need to have this. I've got $10,000 in camera equipment in front of me at the moment. I mean, it's ridiculous, right? But if you want to play a game properly, you're going to have to invest in that game. And I'm not saying that trading is necessarily a game by any stretch of imagination, but you can call almost any business a game, and it's like anything else. You got to pay to play. I would tell anybody and suggest that if you're thinking about opening up a brokerage account in the futures markets with less than $5,000, um, I would say it's pretty much a crapshoot. $5,000, $5,000 to $7,500 for each lot you want to put on. That was my rule of thumb that I usually did: 7,500, 10,000 in more volatile markets. Yeah, please. Mhm. Oh God, no. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Oh, it's happened multiple times. No, I mean, and so I would only trade one lot with 5,000 $7,500 for a single lot. And so when I was trading, 18 lots in the Russell, do the math. I had quite a bit of money in an account, and that allowed me to do it. But I started with three. And so, a $15,000 account is trading three lots. And as I made money, I just continued to increase. I didn't take money out of the account. I didn't live off that money. Um, I continued to allow the account to grow, and I had no idea, like in the Russell, how many lots I could get off at one time, before I started getting slippage. And I figured that I was 18. That's why I stopped trading the Russell at 18. I stopped trading the ES at 25 because I didn't earn the right to get above 25 contracts. So that's what I did in my trading. I just kept on growing and growing and growing in that context. And I was an all-in, scaled out trader. And so, if I was entering a position, I was entering it with 18, 25 lots, whatever it was that I was doing at that particular time. And I did adjust my lot size based upon volatility. So if the market was wide enough, I would reduce my position sizing by, you know, a third, a half, two-thirds, even at times, three-quarters. I mean, there's times where I'd only enter the market with 2 to 4 contracts, even though I was looking at trading, 10, 15 lots. The reason why was, as volatility increases, I needed to increase my stop as well. And when I did that, my risk increased. And so, how did I fix that? I turned around and reduced my entry size, to compensate for that increased amount of risk in the position. Please. Mhm. Absolutely. Absolutely. Picked up the Dow theory today. Jew, I picked that up on Sunday and started reading it about a quarter of the way through it right now. Um, Good book so far. I like it. I don't know. Not really. I mean, I don't know. I really enjoy the markets, and it's not a story. It's not like reading some sort of sci-fi or fantasy or adventure novel or something like that, right? But it's great information. You know what? It's so funny because you were saying that before, and I was like, "Oh, something has to change, right?" No, 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 no. I think you're 100% correct. Hamad, how's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I finally figured out how to get my YouTube chats up, so I think I'm good to go now. Nobody's complaining about echoes or anything along those lines. We should be good to go. The only problem is individuals outside of TikTok, they can't hear you. Yeah. So we'll have to figure that out at some point in time as well. I don't know exactly how we're going to do that, but we'll more learning as we get along. Um yeah, Jew is actually in here right now. Come on in, Jew. Yeah, you know what? You work on stuff. Good, Jew. How you doing? It happens. Yeah. What was it unfortunate? What made it unfortunate? Makes sense. Yeah, yeah. You know, that's where when I come in here and I'm going to be streaming, that's what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be teaching individuals and practicing and working on just trading around Globex high and low. That's it. And I think that a lot of traders that are developing in those type of things, a lot of them talk about, well, how do you create structure, right? How do you do this in that context? How do you do that? And I think that it's a very simple structure to be able to identify. I mean, it's just a Globex high low. What's the high between 1800 and 930, and what's the low? And if you can establish that and learn to trade around that and become confident in trading around those two levels, then you're going to be confident in being able to identify and trade other levels. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. No, the camera angle is actually different. I can adjust that though. That didn't even want it to be on that one. I didn't even realize I left it there. Sorry about that. There we go. It's about the same. Very similar. Yeah, that light's back there is a little bit bright. I need to adjust that. Maybe even take it down. Sorry about that. And that's the interesting part about the consistency rules and those type of things, right? Like 40% of your profits can't be in one particular trade, but it's not that you need to lose money in order to be able to make that up, right? What they're looking for in that consistency is being, they don't want to see, you have, it's like, if you need to make $3,000, let's say, in the evaluation, right, and you full pour a 4 8 lots, whatever you're able to do in the minis in your evaluation, and you make $3,000 in one trade, that's not the trade that they're looking for, right? And so now you got to adjust it. Um, hey, Trading with Jack, how's it going? DJ Vito, what's up, man? That's from Trading with Jack. Exactly. Exactly. It's interesting, right? I mean, I don't know if the prop firms are desensitizing us when it comes to money. I think it's more of we're just following rules in a game. And I think that the prop firms really do kind of make trading into a game and that caliber, right? Because you have rules, you've got to work within those rules, so you have to create a strategy to work within those rules. And now we're talking about game theory. Yeah, please. I'm hungry, can you tell? Absolutely. It's so funny because you say that a lot. It's just that simple. Yeah. I need to download data. As you can see, my data is sparse. Thank you so much for the who do I need to thank here? Trading with Jack, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you everybody for the hearts. Truly appreciate you. Jacob, can you show me on your chart the daily 200? Of course. We'll do one day. Okay. I don't know if that's trying to I don't know if it's going to let me do that or not, but we're going to find out. And if I can't do that, Jacob, I'll do the 200 for you. But as you can tell, I'm downloading data in gold right now because I didn't have it. And I do need to go to the daily chart. DJ Vito is the best man. Absolutely. Trade with Jack. He really is. I'm just here for along for the ride, right? Don't pay attention to me. Definitely listen to Vito. I'm just the man next to the man. High low close divided by 3 for lower time frames too on the moving averages. Vito, do you do that as well? Mhm. Absolutely. All right, so here we go. So now what we're going to do is we're going to add the indicator. We're going to do a moving average, if I can find the M's. And then we're going to add this, come over here, and see, I only have the volume, the high, the low, the open, or the close. I don't even have that option in here. This is a daily, yeah. Well, this is gold. And so I don't know, is gold gapped? No. Well, I just downloaded data. Mhm. 4,600. Yeah, mine's down here at I am in the GC August contract. So I need to roll over. Yeah. And so I need to do roll over on this, which is somewhere on here. Oh, congratulations. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. See, I can't change it from over here. This is why I don't do a lot of different charting and stuff in this software, because it's great for auction market theory and different things along those lines. But when it comes to trying to do anything with, your contract dates and stuff like that, you can't do a continuous contract on it. It's fun. Um, yeah. Mm-mm. Nope. No, they will not. Exactly. Well, I go over to the Comex, and all I have is we'll try the micro gold and see what happens. This is one of the reasons why I need to get on TradingView, but then I also have to learn that platform too, because I don't know that one at all either. So I should go back to the Sierra charts and really confuse everybody. This is deep charts. Trading with Jack. It's deep charts is extremely good when it comes to auction market theory, order flow, profile charts, TPOs, volume profiling, drawing custom volume profiles, and those type of things. That's what I got the platform for, and that's really all I need it for. And so I know how to do all of those things really, really easy with it. But trying to do the rollover contracts and stuff like that, I have it all set up in the CME. I just haven't done any of the other markets because I don't really trade anything else right now. I'm just focused on the NASDAQ. What's up? Trading with Jack uses Thinkorswim as well. We got some smart individuals in here. Yeah, you did. Yeah. What's the trading times for gold? Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, because that's what's going on here. I don't have the you okay, so the ETH, so we're looking at 9:30, and then what time does it close? 8 8:20. 8:20 and then 1:30, so 13:30. That should be better now. We should stop having the gaps. That's one of the things you have to do in this platform too, is you have to put in all your session times, and that didn't help. Rude. We don't have continuous charts on here. I know. We'll have to get you into that's the reason why I went from OBS to I made it worse. I went from OBS to Restream so I can get you in here. Do you remember when you and Maddie helped me with volume profile a couple of weeks ago? I used to focus on ICT, but now I'm getting more comfortable with VP. Thank you again for the guidance. Of course, Hammond. Yeah, I do remember. I do remember you coming in and talking about that. I remember questioning your decision for ICT, and you took that and look what you did. You ran with it. Now, my question for you is: are you feeling more comfortable in auction market theory comparatively to ICT? Because I mean, Vito's here right now. You know what he'll say about ICT, what it stands for, right, Vito? And come on, no offense, right? It's just in the context of joking there, but it's it's one of those things that's completely prevalent out there in the trading space right now, and the problem is, right, it's one of those things that sounds good, it looks good, you're able to be consistent with it easily, right, but it's just another one of those strategies. And I can tell you this: I've spent over $120,000 in the trading industry from 2008 to 2019. All right. And there's not a single system that I purchased from somebody else that I will even look at today. And that's no different than ICT or any of the other ones that are out there. Because over time, they do not stand up to market conditions. They just don't. Maybe I can help you with that. Let me look. Is there anything I can do? If I had to turn on camera, I can what's that? Uh, yeah, no, I can get you on camera, but I can't because we're on TikTok Live Studio right now. And so for me to get you to share your screen, that's why I got um Restream. Because Restream, I can get you onto Restream. You can do everything through there. You can share your camera if you want to, and you can also share your screen. Do everything directly from that. We'll work on that later. The first issue was to stop the echo on my side. We did that. Now it's time to get everything else set up. Keep it stupid simple. Ahmad, I don't mind. I am not an ICT expert. I am just a learner and beginner. But honestly, ICT felt inconsistent. But only VP on TradingView feels really food. The price does react from VAs. It does absolutely. The value areas are great to put in the context of confluence, just like Vito will say, right? In fact, I stole that from him, so thank you, Vito. I appreciate it. Um, the it's all about it's all about being able to find structure. If you can understand good, not food. Yeah, I read what you actually put on there, but I knew what you meant. Um, when you look at the markets, it's understanding what the market is doing. For example, right now, right, we're in a trend, an upward trend, inside of an area of consolidation. That's we're in a pullback. That's all we're doing right now, right? And trends are going to last for months to years, and we've only been in this trend right now since, I don't know, Vito. Do you remember since we've been in this trend? April, June. Yeah, yeah. And so that's where we're at, right? We started this upward movement in April, and we put in a high on June 3rd, and now we've been consolidating to the downside. Now we did put in a nice low on on the 28th of July. Is it 28th or 26th? When it's the end of July, we put in that nice low. We've been moving back up since then, and now we're pulling back one more time. Now the question is this going to be a continuation to the downside, or are we going to come back and test that high on June 3rd, right? And that's the $1 million question, right? Which way is it going to go? Mhm. Yep, absolutely. Sounds good. Always have to listen to the boss. So how are things going, Jew? Good. That's all we can do, isn't it? Let's see here. Mr. Keelan. Anyone? Oh, yeah. Oh no, you're fine. You know what? At this point in time, I mean, they actually help more than anything else, right? Because it's just another comment throwing in there. Exactly. Absolutely. So I just let them in there. I don't do anything. I'm just like, whatever. Whatever you want to do. There's a couple of them that have like, and then I can just go ahead and just hit, block account in here too if I want to. There's a couple of them though that got a little bit aggressive, and I'm like, yeah, no what? And they haven't shown back up again. So, but it's kind of nice being here in the Textile Live being able to do that. But I got the restream. So when you guys are coming in, it's more like a podcast type scenario and situation. I think it'll be much better because I think that we're going to start doing some pretty, what I think are pretty cool things moving forward. What, investors? What do you mean? Oops. Yeah. 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 Well, absolutely. And I think that's kind of what's happening in the markets right now, where we're consolidating. I mean, you can tell that just by looking at inflation. you know as inflation increases and interest rates increase as well, right, your purchasing power of the dollar decreases. Well, individuals with money, they realize that, and what do? They purchase more of their needs and not their wants. You start buying wants when your interest rates are low and inflation is low, and when those two things happen, you can go out there and spend money, absolutely. But when inflation increases the way that it's increasing, right? The stock markets are, all markets are at all time highs, right? I mean, what do you do with that? Eventually, it's going to turn down, and when and if that's going to happen, we don't know. But when inflation increases the way that it's increasing, interest rates are increasing the way that they're increasing, you're just not going to see the spending of money. But that's why you increase the interest rates. That's why you decrease the interest rates to get investors, to get businesses and individuals to start spending money. So yeah, no, we're definitely in a tight money supply situation. And then of course, tight money supply, smart money is going to turn around and save their money and not do a lot of discretionary spending. Not a lot of airplanes, private jets, and Lamborghinis being purchased right now. So I mean, Duke Nukem, thank you so much for the follow. Truly appreciate you. It is what it is right now. And what is this going to mean for the markets long term and those type of things? I mean, with everything happening in Iran and inflation and those type of things, I would already expect price action to be moving down much more than it actually is. And this is why, when it comes to economics and fundamentals and those type of things, I don't spend a lot of time um, mulling over that information and looking at it in terms of what is the market going to do based off this information, because so much is already priced in, so much is already just whatever. And the economic climate, or the political climate right now of the United States and the world and those type of things, there's so much indecision. I would think that you would see a reaction to the downside, but we're not. And so what do you do? You trade what you see. Duke Nukem, thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Hmm. Hmm. Yep. 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 Absolutely. What is that dinging? Is that something I'm doing? Okay. Okay. Is it all your alerts going off of there, Vito? Okay. You're a busy man and you say you're bored. Makes sense. Makes sense. I love that. I love that. Ninjas. You're making little ninjas is what you're doing, Vito. I love it. Why is that? Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Sir, did you block me or what? I can't send you a message. No, I definitely didn't block you, Hamad. I don't know what is going on. I don't see anything on my side at all. Yeah, that message came through. Let's try another one and see. No, I definitely didn't block you. I promise you that. I don't block anybody. I'm an equal opportunity streamer. I accept everybody. You think YouTube is deleting the message? It might have been possible. You just go ahead and retype the message and just word it a little bit differently and see if that helps. Sorry about that. Um, Vito, one of the things that I'm thinking, and I think you were here when I was talking about it. One of the things I'm looking at doing in the stream is, a lot of individuals, they talk about areas and, how do you find areas and how do you, put all this stuff together, right? Um, I'm really looking at just kind of just making it very simple and teaching overnight high, overnight low, and just learning how to trade out of those areas and creating the confidence so you can start learning how to find and trade out of other areas. In terms of the stream and in terms of what we're doing and different things along those lines, do you agree with that direction, or would you recommend a different direction? Hmm. Yep, absolutely. And I personally, I don't trade a lot of breakouts. I love to wait for, pullbacks into the areas. To me, I'm just getting a better price at that point in time. Why try to chase something that's already happened? Why not wait for the pullback, be patient, get the pullback, find yourself a nice little entry from that pullback. Maybe, you didn't, get in right at, where you could have. Maybe you're giving up 20, 40 points, whatever it might be. Is a lot most of the time less than that. I don't have any problems with that whatsoever. I just wait. We do have a question here though. Ram, I did PMA pre-market analysis and drew levels and saw support price action rejecting at 28,980. So first, let's get context of 28,980. Um, which is going to be right around here in this area. So close enough. So right around here in this area, um, and got stopped out a couple of times on mean reversion long. So it's going long on a mean reversion, so reverting back to the mean to volume point and control. And finally, it worked out third time, but I sized down a lot on third long with negative P&L today. Any suggestions? Do you want to tackle that, Vito, or do you want me to start off? Okay. So at the 2980 area, right, what we're doing is we're trading around VPOC at that point in time, right? Probably off of a 30-minute um, volume profile. What I would suggest is this: find confluence. Look at your higher time frame chart. What's going on to the daily chart around this price, right? We're already below the overnight low. Okay. We rejected off of the overnight low, right? Um, and so in that context, try to time your entries a bit better when it comes to the confluence volume or VWAP on multiple time frame charts, overnight high. You're looking long at that 2980. I don't know what time you're looking at it, but just going back and looking at the chart. Oh, this is a daily. Let me just throw a 5-minute on here. If we come back into the 2980, What price was that again? 28,980. It should have that line here still. Yeah, right here. And so if you're looking long in here and you're getting stopped out into this area, right? You're getting long in the rotation in this area. What can you do to keep that from happening? As we were talking about just a little while ago, right? Wait for the initial move and the pull back into the area. But if you're looking at this, where are you wrong in the position? The position isn't really wrong till you break out down through here. Okay. So if you're getting in long from this point, and let's say your stop is right here, okay, I would say that you're getting in too high. All right. So what I would suggest is lower your entry based upon what the market's doing. So you can put your stop down here into this area, find an entry on a pullback in a spot where you're able to manage your risk from where you're wrong. And then add confluence into your stack areas in your analysis as well. So you're not just trading off of a reversion to mean. You're utilizing a longer time frame area as well. Vito, you want to add anything to that? Jew? I did PMA and drew levels and saw support price action rejecting around the 29,880 area, which is right up here, 29,800. 28,980, and got stopped out a couple of times on mean reversion long. And finally it worked out third time, but I downsized a lot on third long with negative P&L today. Any suggestions? Just real quick, Thomas Eller, Duke Nukem, and Trenton, thank you so much for the follows. Truly appreciate you. What about you, Vito? What do you think about that? Oh, I think Vito's gone. I think we lost Vito. Yeah. And so really for me, Ram. Oh, okay, beautiful. There you go. Yeah. Well, I saw a coffee, like you were taking a coffee break or something like that. Your face was gone. What do you think about that, Vito? What would you? Because you're going to say, keep it simple, stupid. I mean, right? But what do you say about that? Pick that area because of auction market theory. So unfair lows, low volume nodes. That's exactly what I told him, is look for the confluence in the areas instead of just trading off of the 30-minute, looking for the volume profiling off of unfair lows. That's what I told him. Or two is he was trying to get in here around the 29,800 area and kept getting stopped out, got stopped out a couple times in here. And like I told him, this low here, if you're trading this structure, the structure is good until this low breaks. And so if you're getting in, let's say up here, but you're not able to withstand the risk from here, wait until the price comes down and gives you an entry point where you're able to manage the risk. The only time we were down here in this area where he was looking for a long in 29,800 area um, was right here where I'm at. Yeah, because we didn't trade in through here at all for the rest of the day. Yeah. Yeah, he got stopped out twice. The third one, it finally went, but he reduced the price. He reduced his size on the last one, and it finally went. But he got stopped out a couple times. Yeah, 28,980. Sorry, 28,980. So it was right here. This is where he was entering at. It was right here in this area, and we haven't been down here at all for the rest of the day. Yeah, it was probably around 10 o'clock. I'm guessing. I'm guessing between 9:45 and 10:10. Ram, what time were you? What time were you trading? Yeah, yeah. I don't think Ram starts trading until 10, so I think it was right around here in this area. He'll sometimes take trades around 9:45. I think. Space Boy, what do you mean? This chart looks different from what you're used to. What do you mean? Are you talking about because of the numbers in it? Does that look better? Yeah, that was a footprint chart. Yeah, so that was a footprint chart. That's it. It's still candles, right? It's just giving you the bid and the ask, in terms of how many contracts went off at certain prices. Um, that's all it's giving you. So that information is just volume on the bid and the ask. It's order flow. Um, So do you keep on an eye on Bitcoin? I don't. I don't pay attention to Bitcoin at all. What about you two? Okay. Um, Space Boy. So this is what I use order flow for. Okay. Um, don't think order flow is going to be the holy grail, right? By any stretch of the imagination. But this is how I interpret it. As price action's coming down here, you can look at your sellers, right? You have 119 sellers, 119 sellers. Whatever. I got a notification on TikTok that didn't like what I was doing, but as price action's coming down, right? We have 119, 132, 80. What is that? 84, 14, might be 64 in sellers. And as we're coming down here and breaking this low, we have more sellers down here, 193, 239, right? And then as we're coming back up again, 37, 125, 134, 87, we have 159, 162, 98, 100. So what's happening is buyers are stepping in off the low, sellers are increasing, and price action can't go lower. If the sellers are actually in control down here, okay, price action, you would have seen a decrease in price action coming down, but sellers are being absorbed by the buyers off of the low. Then we start coming up on lower volume, right? And now we've got some momentum coming into the market. So what we're telling us is we have possible rejection to the downside with buyer support in this area. And then where did price action finally come back down to? We came down into that same area where the buyers were getting strong, where the sellers were getting strong, weakening, right? When by weakening is they're getting they're getting absorbed. We came right down and tested into that area of the seller absorption and the buyers stepping back into the market. Okay. And so this is where I look for my entries a lot of times, is where these types of situations are happening. We get just a couple of ticks down, sellers, stronger sellers on the low, right? Buyers stepping in, price action comes up, closes above its open. We've got absorption down here of the sellers, possible rejection of the sellers. We have a higher high. And so what makes an uptrend? A higher high and a higher low. Okay. And the price action comes back to the area where the absorption took place and continues higher. That's one of my entry strategies that I do, and that's why I do like footprints is for that. But make sure you're in a confluence area. You have areas stacked together down here before you start to really start paying attention to order flow, because order flow will give you the same information at other places that it's not going to it's going to turn around and go against you, because you're not in an area that really makes sense. The short term is where manipulation takes place. Manipulation doesn't take place within a trend. It takes place within the intraday. And so you'll get stop runs, you'll get some of the manipulation, the games being played in the shorter time frame chart. So make sure that you have confluence areas stacked together in these areas. And that's when you want to start hunting in order flow. And that's how you can use order flow to time yourself into the market. Like me to be my mentor, to be your mentor? Do I teach? I do teach, but I'm also being taught by DJ Vito, and DJ Vito is a former floor trader on the oil exchange in New York in the 90s. DJ Vito, he's on TikTok right now. He's actually in the stream at the moment too. Talk to him. All right, that's who you want to learn from. First long 9.48, second long 9.54, and third long, okay, so 948 was his first long. So yeah, so it was around the 948 mark right in here. Let's get into a 1 minute chart so we can get a little more granular in it. So let's go into 948. And also too, Spaceboy, just to let you know, right? A good place to come in and learn is just here. I was out for a little bit for an illness and those type of things. I haven't been as consistent in the streaming as I wanted to be, but it's coming around pretty rapidly. So the first long was here in the 948 bar. The second long was around 954 bar here. And then third long was at 1027. So he waited until over here to go along again, which came right back down into the 28,980. And Ram, to be honest with you, looking at these trades, this right here was a great entry. These back here, nothing wrong with them. What's going on is the market's just moving too far from your entry criteria. Understand where your position is wrong and time your entries lower, where you're able to manage the position based upon where it's wrong. This one would have still stopped you out from your 948 entry. But your 948 entry, yeah, I'm gonna challenge you here a little bit, Ram. Right? Your 948 entry, if you're entering here on this bar, okay, I see what you're doing, right? But this is already pretty far up away from your entry. Okay, you're kind of chasing it a little bit. Then wait for your pullback down into here. All right. You just need to be a little more patient in your entries, because if you're getting up here off of a breakout of this move, you're anticipating a breakout at this point in time, and you're anticipating a continuation play to the upside on a breakout. And if you're expecting a continuation play on a breakout, what you're saying is, I have a bias here that the trend is going to continue. Wait for a further pullback into your area. Time yourself down in here. Okay. Don't try to catch because you're afraid of missing something. Wait for price action to come into your area. Remember, you're a hunter. Yeah, you can hear him on TikTok. Yeah, Vito is on TikTok right now. I'm streaming through Restream instead of OBS because there is an echo, and so you can definitely hear Vito on the on TikTok. He's not going to be on YouTube or Twitch. I apologize for that. Can I ask DJ if this is a good book or if you're wasting your time? At the moment, I'm reading Technical Analysis to Financial Markets by John Murphy. Vito, what do you think about that book? Do you know anything about it? Ah, he'll come back over to me. I actually read that Technical Analysis to Financial Markets quite some time ago. Um, Not a bad book. You're going to learn some information off of it, but it's not going to be information that's going to really be able to help you into developing as a trader. Hey, Corsies, how's it going? I think Vito and Ju both stepped away for a moment. Oh, beautiful. Yep, no worries. Nope, we're good. I was just asking Vito's a question as well, and he wasn't there, and both of you had the coffee thing up again. So, yeah, absolutely. Happy wife. So, how do we obtain DJ Vito's education? Does he have a website? So, DJ Vito, this is the best thing you can do. He's on TikTok, DJ Vito. Okay, find him and DM him. That's the best way. Vito, we need to have a conversation with Vito. Okay. Now, hey, thanks, Ram. Appreciate it. Any book recommendation that helped me? Absolutely. Start with the Dow theory. It was written in the early 1900s. Okay. It's a harder read because of that, but start there. All right. Start there. Also on my streams, I'm going to be teaching a pretty simple strategy that it's all about overnight high, overnight low, Globex. Okay. And what we want to do is we want to be able to identify Globex high and Globex low. And what we're going to do is we're going to learn to trade around that area. Because when we can learn to trade that around that area, what are we going to be able to do? We're going to be able to come over onto the daily chart. And we're going to be able to say, okay, look, we hit this low here, this low, this low, this high, this low, extended a little bit, and it's Globex, it happens. This low, this high, this high, this high. Okay, or low, low, low. Sorry. Let me start over again. We picked up this high, this low, almost this low, this extension down here, this low, this low, this low, this low. What are we doing here in this area? We're acting as support. Okay. That's how we find areas in the markets. All right. That's all we're doing. What we want to do, though, is get confident in being able to trade around these areas. So, how do we do that? We start with something very simple. All right. Always start with simple because we can get broader as we gain experience, as we gain confidence. But what happens when we start from a lack of confidence? We keep searching and searching and searching and searching. And this is why most traders go from one strategy to the next, to the next, to the next, right? Because this should be about trader development, not how do we enter trades, not what are we enter trades around from, right? It's how do we actually trade? And so how do we trade? We trade with confidence, okay? And so the easiest way to pick up that confidence is to be able to establish two areas, which is very simple. Overnight high, overnight low, trade the US session. Okay? So how does that work? We're going to go to a 15-minute chart. Today, at the open, we didn't even get back into the overnight high. That's this red line right here is the overnight high. Okay. We didn't even get back into the overnight high. And what did? We came down into overnight low and we traded right through it. We came back up into it. Okay. So at the open, we could go into a short position right off the open. Now, most individuals will say, don't trade the open. Guys, when we have the daily charts that are below VWAP, that are below VWAP on an anchored VWAP from June 3rd. Okay. That's one area. We're below VWAP on a 2-minute chart. Okay. That's area 2. We are in a area on the daily chart, which has been acting as support that we just traded through. Is probably going to act as resistance. There's area 3. And we have Vito's magical line here at 241.25, which is now 5. We have 5 areas that are stacked together at one place. Entering before the open or around the open is okay in these situations as long as you can enter up here around your actual areas. What does price do? Comes down swiftly. Okay? If you're not able to get into that entry, that's fine. Beautiful. Let it go. It's okay. Wait for the next one. What happens? We come up here almost to the overnight low. What happens? We come back down again. This is not a bad little trade on a short. We get back above the overnight high. We pull back into it again. There's another long. If you want to wait for another area of confluence because you want to be above VWAP on a shorter time frame chart, then you would get in around here after it breaks out, pulls back into, there's another long. Comes right up here into the area of the daily position, right? But you're still above your overnight low. So once you have your daily position in here, you could be shorting off of here. But now, because you took this long, you're done for right now. Till price action comes back into it again, rejects, and moves right back up again. So if you had just the overnight highs and lows and that's all you were doing, there was 3 possibilities of trades today. 4. One of them is one of the same between here and here. So really 3. The one at the open, right at the open, right at the gate. Yeah, this one here, which is all in the same, because this is when we first broke back above overnight low. This one here. And then if you trade at the end of the day, possibly this one, I wouldn't advise it. 3 trades. That's it. And no moss. And no questions. And none of them went very far against you, depending on where you entered at, around the areas. All right? And so utilize VWAP. Anchor your VWAP on June 3rd, because that's the high. Okay? So anchor your VWAP on June 3rd on the daily chart. If you're above that VWAP, you're looking longs. If you're below that VWAP, you're looking shorts. You want to favor longs and shorts, okay? Don't do it in the context of a bias, okay? It's just another stacked area of confluence. Today, we were below the VWAP on the daily perspective, right? But we are around the VWAP on the 240, and we were above the VWAP on the 60-minute. That's a strategy that we can do to gain confidence in our areas. All right? And as we gain confidence in our areas, we can start drawing other areas, and we get confident in trading around those areas as well. But first, make it very easy, keep it simple in terms of finding your areas. Get confident in trading around those areas. then use that confidence to be able to have the confidence to draw other areas, and then practice those other areas and get confident in trading them. And now you're stacking your confidence, no difference than you stack your confluence in your charts. Now trading becomes a lifestyle, and lifestyle becomes trading. You're doing them one and the same. Any questions on that? RAM, though I identified area, I could not short it open due to low confidence. I thought price can pull back and test overnight high before breaking. Well, of course, absolutely, right? You can definitely test overnight high. But guess what? We already did right before the market opened. Hamad, absolutely. Get some rest. Thank you so much for being here. Truly appreciate you. Thank you for the comments and all that stuff. And it's good to hear that you're moving forward in your trading. Proud of you. Well done. Thank you so much. And so that's a key, right? We already tested into the overnight high. Hey, MetaTrader, it's good to see you too. Welcome. And it's good to have you back. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. And so then the market opens, right, around that 9:30. We come right back into one of Vito's magical lines, VML, right? And then we just trade down. And then here is where we would be looking for entries again off of overnight low. Then here, if you developed into being able to find daily areas, right? Short here, short in here, short here. Could be short here if this stopped you out. Short in here. And that's pretty much it for the end of the day. Vito, you have anything you want to add to that? Oh, gotcha. MetaTrader, I'm going to be Vito's student soon. Off my ass, I just scraping under the mattress for some money. How you know what? Absolutely, guys, listen. Okay, Vito is such an interesting individual. First, he's done something that most individuals haven't. He's been on the trading floor. Two, he went from the trading floor to screens, which most individuals say are like next to impossible. You know, you put all of that together, he's absolutely remarkable in his knowledge, and the fact that he's willing to be here to pass on his knowledge to other individuals is absolutely phenomenal. He's also to the point too where he's in a group of and I'm not saying this to be rude or anything else, but he's in a group of a dying breed, right? And so for whatever reason, he's willing to provide his information to other individuals. And that's why I keep talking about him. That's why I keep talking to him. That's why I keep doing everything else. So when it comes to Vito, is because he's phenomenal. What he has taught me has already been, phenomenal. And so it's like, man, there's no way that I could teach anybody anything better than what Vito is going to be able to teach them. Beautiful. Let me talk every once in a while. Let Vito come in here and do his thing. And I don't know. I'm just extremely grateful to be part of the ride. If that makes sense. VML, Vito. What does your VML stand for? Yep. Yeah. And that's what I call it too, is Vito's magical line, right? Because that's what he does it. It is off of structure. It's not just, whatever, but it is definitely off of structure. And he provides, how often do you provide your TikToks, your screens that you show, Vito? Do you do it daily, or do you just do it on Sundays, or do you just do it when it's an area of importance that you have to update something on Sunday? And he'll put in there, you know, the VMLs, and he'll say, put these areas on your chart. And those are the VMLs, VO's magical lines. And where does he get those from? It's absolutely structure, right? Calculations. It's not from an indicator, I'll tell you that much right now. Okay, not by any stretch of imagination. There's no indicators, there's no anything else along those lines. Literally, it's mathematical computations. And one of his mathematical competitions, if you would have entered the market last Sunday, not yesterday, but the previous Sunday, and you would have held until Friday, it was the move was over 1,000 points in one trade. Now, granted, you have to hold overnight. You can't do that in these prop firms, but that's one of the reasons why I'm here, right? Is to be able to establish that in the context of how do we do it in terms of prop firms we can't hold, right? When we can't hold. And so what do we do in that? Well, we find our areas, we'll wait for confluence around our areas, and we enter the market. And today we had a good 3 trades. Friday was a lot of fun. It's kind of just, you know, a range bound day, but it stayed within the pretty much within the range of the overnight high and overnight low. And, you know, there was just a lot of movement in those moves. That is how we can learn to trade. Or can we, or we can hold Asia to London. Yeah, exactly. And his Sunday position actually opened, the position opened right around the Asian Open on Sunday, did it not? Vito, the one that went over 1,000 points? Yeah. Yeah. And so you could hold that position until 4:45, right? But then we need a place to re-enter again. And so how do we do that? Where do we do that? When do we do that? That, you know, once you can answer the what, right? What do you want? What are you doing? What the what behind what it is that you're doing? Why are you doing it? How are you going to do it? Who's going to do it? If you can answer those 4 things, the where and the when, pretty much come to you. You don't have to worry about the where or the when. Where the winner is going to it's going to be there, right? But the what, the how, the why, and the who, those are the questions you should be asking yourself. It's another one of Vito's magical numbers, guys. We should probably put that on our charts. Be a good idea. Now, absolutely. Now, don't confuse this as I'm saying, okay, this is Vito's line at 29075, right? And I put a red line here, and that means short. That's not, you know, that's not what I'm doing here, right? I put it red so it draws my eyes to it. And one of the things I'm going to be doing too, when, you know, Vito's not in here, or even when he is, those type of things, my plan is, Vito and I, we talked about this. We don't believe that we can make a person into a trader, but we do believe that we can help a person develop into a trader. And I've said this before. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to be practicing in the replays, trading overnight high, overnight low, and putting all that stuff together. How do we find our entry points around those? How do we trade around those areas? Because the only way to gain confidence, see, this is all skills, right? We've got it. In order to be able to get confident in something, we have to have the skills. And it's the skills that we become confident in. So we've got to build the skills. Well, how do we build the skills when it comes to trading? We practice. We practice, we practice, we practice, we practice, we practice. How? Pay somebody? Exactly. Well, and there's a great book just on practice. And the book is here, hold on a second. I don't know if I can grab it or not. I'm gonna try. So this is a book that's just about practicing. Okay, it's called The Talent Code. Everybody can see that. It's by Daniel Coyle. Greatness isn't born; it's grown. Here's how. And what they did was they went all around the world and they went to various places, and they found that the rundown school that was in a poor area, dirt field, these type of things, right, actually produced more talented individuals than the places that have all the best equipment, all the best teachers. Because the individuals that are in the best, some of them, of course, they paid the money to be there, right? So they're family members or whatever, they're affluent, right? And so a lot of times they're not there to actually learn. The individuals that are at those other places, they're there to learn. They're there because they want to be there. But the practice that they do is different as well. And that's what this book gets into, how to practice. Because just because you're practicing, just because you're spending time doing something, doesn't mean that you're actually practicing the skills necessary to gain confidence. Great book when it comes to practice. Thoughts on that, Vito? Not really. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, anybody can turn a computer on. Anybody can push a button on the buy sell side, right? Anybody can enter an order. These aren't the things that make the trader, but a lot of individuals, they're like, okay, well, I'm in front of the computer screen, I'm doing this, I'm a trader. Yeah, yeah, and you have to be. But you know what though? You're not going to put the time and the practice into something that you're not 130% into. You have to want it. You have to want it. You have to. And people are like, oh, well, you need to have a life purpose and these type of things. Sure, if that's what you believe. I believe that you need to have a life passion, a passion into something. And when you have that passion into something, you enjoy it and you just want to do it. That's what you want to walk into. Trading is too difficult for the passion of the markets to be, I'm going to make money, because the only way to make money is to practice the skill and to get so good at the skill that you're so confident in your areas that you're just able to trade them. Period. You can do that. The money is going to be there. But think about the amount of practice and the amount of hours it is going to take to get to that point. Is that what you want to invest in to make the money? Mhm. Yep. 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 That's awesome. That's awesome. Oh, absolutely. And the greatest commodity we have is time, right? You can't trade your time for more time. You can't trade to get more time. You can't give somebody your time for their own benefit, and you can't take time from somebody else. It's the greatest commodity that we possibly have, and we never know when it's going to end. So the question isn't really necessarily what are we going to make, it's what are we going to invest our time in? Find something that you enjoy. Find something that you're passionate about and invest your time in it. Little sage advice for everybody. What's that, Jew? Yeah, until it's time to develop into being one. Absolutely. No, so true. So true. Yeah, I wish I could go back to my 20-year-old self. I'd slap him around a little bit. But my 20-year-old self would probably kick my ass. So I mean, it'd be a stalemate. But like, shut up, fossil! Grab a baseball bat. I can't run anymore. Not like I could when I was 20. Oh man. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Yes. I'm a martial artist. It's Ching Ching Pow. Yeah, that's one of the things I used to say in the Marine Corps all the time. I'm like, yeah, don't they teach you martial arts in the Marine Corps or something? No, I'm an expert in Ching Ching Pow. Jarheads. So you guys know that I don't have the intelligence. I was a jarhead. Muscles are required, intelligence not essential, sir. Nope. Nope. I completely agree with you. I've never said I was smart. Thanks, Vito. See? See, that's what I come over here for is the abuse. Exactly. Absolutely. Life is a box of chocolates. So, yeah, anybody have any questions, comments, thoughts? Yeah. I want to take over the world, just want to take over your half. What's that? No. So I was sick there for a week. Before that, I was very, 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 very irritated with myself and my trading. And what's that? Oh, gotcha. Oh goodness, that's awesome! And you did DJ. Oh, that's awesome that you guys know each other. It's so much fun. It's such a small world. You think about it, right? It's 7, 8 billion people in the world, and yet we can be connected like this. No, true, 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 true. Yes, but yeah, no. I mean, that's just the whole key, right? Is being able to help people develop into traders. Oh, is he the one that's doing the mini thing with the risk management? Is he the older guy that listened to the jazz? Yeah. Did he really? What did he throw you out for? What'd you do? Yeah. Oh man, that's hilarious. Yeah, so yeah, somebody else, yeah, I met DJ through on. Remember when he said he'd never started Discord? Yeah. Oh. All right, Vito. So how do we do this? How do we do this right? This the streaming develop. How do we do this right? If we want to take over the internet because individuals aren't doing it right, then what is right? What does that mean? How do we do this? Yep. 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 Mm-hmm. 100%. So how do you feel about ICT? that was Swabby. You met through wrong. He had to ask questions. I love it. I love it. That's one thing, right? You got to keep the sense of humor. You got to keep it going. That's a good one. I like that one. We can look it up. It's possible. Michael J. Huddleston. Well, I mean, here's a question. Here's a question for you, Vito. Okay, do do funds have enough money to consistently run stops on an intraday basis? Yeah. Now, in the context of the stop runs, do you think that's why it's possible why there's so many more breakouts? I feel like there's a lot more breakouts now than there were 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Hmm. Hmm. Exactly, and then the retailer, because of the rip, right? They chase it, and then they turn around and rip it right back the opposite direction to hit those stops. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Exactly. Absolutely. Well, and then it really, I mean, even in this context, right? In the shorter time frame charts, if we go over here into the shorter time frame charts, and we see, let's say, a rip like this, right? And yeah, what, right over here? You want the highest high? Yep, beautiful. Hmm. Absolutely. Hmm. Yep. Yep. What I do, and the reason why I like to have why I like to have this on each one of my time frames is because this gives me volume point of control. And what I'm anticipating is, in a sideways price action like this, these are the outliers of this whole area. So you have all this volume and all this price that traded around this area of balance, if you will, right? Then these two areas right up here are high volume nodes around this. We come back and test into here. That's probably where we're going to test back into. And it happens a lot. What, VWAP? I don't know. I think it's a tool. I don't think I'm either in love with it or not. Yeah, absolutely. Because we're not smart as you. Yeah, absolutely. Well, three or four red candles means it's going to have a green one afterwards, right? Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Are you trying to say something? Oh, you asked me. You asked me what you asked me what the you asked me what the footprints were telling me in that area, and I said, well, I mean, there's some rejection in here, but I don't have an area down here of confluence. I'm like, what am I missing? And you said, well, it's value or the overnight low. And I'm like, oh my god! And I have it on my daily charts. I didn't have it here on my mid time frame chart. It wasn't populated here. It was populated on the daily charts, and I wasn't looking at my daily charts when you asked me because I was looking at the footprint. Yeah. So I completely missed the position down here, which was absolutely beautiful, absolutely spot on. And what were the footprint charts telling us? Oh, right in here. This whole area right in here, right? You get some sellers coming down in here, right? But less sellers than when we came in from here before. And then look at this. We're starting to lift the offer on extremely low volume. And then right here, the high volume pops in, right around here, around the high of the bar. This here is your entry point. And then that's where it rips. Boom. This is what footprint charts can be useful for, right? If you understand them. It could take a long time to learn them, but if you learn them, it really is a good tool for entries if you're patient and you wait right before the rips happen. I'm not saying that it's the best tool out there. Definitely don't use it just for entries. Use it for the confluence. But I didn't have this line on here at the time, and I completely missed it. But I wasn't entering around here, and I was like, man, was watching this. I was like, man, I really like to go long. I really like to. Nope, Tony, don't have a longer term area. Don't wait. Don't. Well, the longer term area was there. I just missed it. Mm-hmm. 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 And yeah, go ahead. Yep. Yep. And let me take everything off of this real quick. Oh, we took price off of it too. I guess not everything. There we go. And look left at 10 a.m. So here's your 10 right here. This is 10 right here. Can what? This is 10 o'clock right here. Oh, you can't see? Right there. This one. That's 10. Oh, there. Is that better? Is this what you're looking at? Right here? Mm-hmm. Oh, off of this right here? Yeah. Yeah. Right here. Absolutely. Well, this is also off of the daily chart right here, where there's just a ton of support in the market down here. And then you have one of Vito's VMLs here at 241, right? So much confluence in this area right in here off of this low. And when you bring this down into order flow, right? And let's get it off of here. Even a 5 minute doesn't really matter what time frame you're using. What was that time? 10 o'clock? Yeah. Yeah. So when we look at this whole area in here, right? So over here, we get 155 sellers. We can only drop the market by a few ticks. 155. Look at how many sellers were down here when we're coming down here in a down bar, right? We break this low, 85, 79, 135, 55, 17, 2. Sellers are drying up here. We tried to get aggressive on the downside and just couldn't do it. And then you go back up again on very low volume. That right there is your first sign of rejection in a longer time frame area. Mm-hmm. No, no, no. We're definitely not, right? But we're not going to. All right, Vito, you're 100% correct. We're never going to have full information on anything and on anything in life at all. We're never going to have full information. So we have to act on the information that we have. Here's my question for you. Is order flow enough information to be able to determine possible rejection in this area based off of that synopsis I just gave? No, not even for determining possible rejection from a point. Hmm. Then your moving averages, they're all HLC divided by 3. What were your numbers again? So you're looking for crossover with the AEMA on the daily perspective of the like what the 50 SMA? Absolutely. Mm. Mhm. 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 Absolutely. Absolutely. Mhm. Suave. Is, is that better? Be able to see the cursor better on the black background? Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm talking about here, right? You have your sellers coming in here and you only drop by one tick. That's your first indication. Price action goes up from there. Beautiful. Let it go. Price action comes back down. You come back down into this area again, right? Come right back down to this area. Look, 532 print, a 601 print. You can't even break the low down here. You can't break the low. You get increased selling pressure, but you can't break the low. Why? Why can't you break the low? You have the sellers here. They're selling here stronger into this low comparatively to this low, and they can't even break the low. That is what I mean by rejection. It starts here. It's proven over here. And then it's proven when we start getting more into the buyers, but now it's a path of least a path of least um, resistance. Thank you. Where here you get your sellers coming in, can't break the low, but you get your buyers coming in here and they're getting rewarded. It's the same exact thing that I was just talking about in the context of rejection back here, right? I wasn't saying this was rejection. I'm saying this is the first sign of possible rejection coming into the market. You've got stronger sellers on a low down here than you had over here, but the price action closed above its open. Okay, well, what's going on down here? Don't we have to at least ask that question? What's going on down here? Of why we have more sellers at the low, and we couldn't break lower, and in the same bar we closed above its open? I don't know. I think there's a conversation to be had there. Mm-hmm. 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 Yep. This is. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Most definitely. You know, and here's my question, right? Do we enter up here? Do we look for the failed auction, right? Do we look for the unfinished auction is really what the zero is, right? It's just an unfinished auction. Okay. Do we go here and say, okay, here's the entry, right? When our area is clearly down here, this is our area of interest, right? Do we enter up here on a breakout where we could just be getting into a stop run, right? Or do we look for reasons to enter down here into the area where we're closer to where the position is now no longer valid because we're making lower lows in an area where we should be seeing higher highs? I don't know. This is trader preference, right? I see this. I don't want to get in up here. If I get in up here, the position is incorrect if we break this low down here. This is the structure. This is our low of the structure. We held the low here. I want to be in someplace down in here where it's very easy for me to manage my risk within the construct of the overall area and reason for the position. This isn't reason for the position. This isn't reason for the position. This isn't reason for position. The reason is the longer term. And when we have that longer term reason, do we want to enter up here on a breakout, or do we want to enter down here within structure? And I don't know. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. So you're going to be entering up here then. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Exactly. Absolutely. Vito, if this was an area of interest and this is where you wanted to get in, right? What would you be using as criteria for entry? If this is your reason for entering off of long-term confluence. And let's say you have stack confluence down here on a daily perspective and a 240 and that's exactly what we have down there. And then let's say you have one of your VMLs here in this area as well. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yep. Hmm. What is your entry criteria though? What's making you trigger an entry from this area? Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Oh, absolutely. Hmm. 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 Exactly. I was looking at the 40s, but yeah. Hmm. 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 Oh, absolutely, absolutely. You know, and here it's the same exact type of pattern, right? Here's a little, it's a little bit different. You get like a little bit over 1,000 sellers in here, right? And then you get 242, 207, 115, right? You're not selling, you're not getting aggressive selling down here, right? It's drying up. Exactly. You know, the sellers are drying up, and then the buyers are turning around and absorbing that pressure, and then that's what's causing this to get back over to the open. If not, you're going to get stronger sellers or decrease in sellers, and you're going to see momentum coming to the downside. But we don't get that, right? And so if we don't get that, what's happening here to cause that, right? How do you, you know, in here, we're right back into the failed auction, right? Or right back into that same area. That's exactly where we pull back into, you know, literally to the tick, you know, because there's a failed auction, right? I guess we missed it by a tick. Okay. So one tick away from this high right here, right? And I guess that's my question, right? We have these areas, we have everything else. How do we time ourselves into the trade? Do we wait for more confirmation and get in up here as it's retesting the failed auction? Do we look for possible some form of rejection, be it order flow or some other thing, and enter someplace down in here in a pullback? Do we enter someplace here in the middle? What is the actual entry criteria to get ourselves into the position, trading out of an area, expecting a reversal from this area, from the time of day at 10 o'clock? Feels like nah. And this is why I use order flow, because you know, if I don't use order flow, I'm waiting for, let's say, an up bar, and now I'm entering all the way up here, right? And if I'm entering up here and I'm entering at, let's say, the close of this bar, okay, for qualification, right? We're going to say, let's say we're entering around the 890, okay? You're not wrong until down here around 44. Well, that's 50 points, you know, nearly 50 points. That's almost $1,000 stop. It's probably a 900, 800, $900 stop down here. It's way too wide. I want closer to a 200 point stop. That means that from down here where the position is wrong, I need to be in around 63. So at 63, we're talking about here. And that's my question, right? How do we use the criteria to enter, or what criteria do we use to enter down here if we want to use very tight stops of $200 or so, and to put your stop down here, right? And the only thing that I know to use to get me into these positions is some form of order flow, because it's the only thing that I can tie myself into to get this type of pinpoint entry. It's the only thing I know to use. I don't know to use anything else. And I'm not saying that order flow is the best. I'm not saying that it's full information. I'm saying if we're not going to use order flow because it's not enough information, what do we use? Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And Shaboinky, why does he sound like Darth Vader, like a snitch interview on Dateline like he is holding someone ransom. He sounds like Barry White, and I appreciate it. So what's happening here, right? Is I've got a valid question, right, and I'm trying to articulate it in a way. So I'm thinking, I'm talking on stream, got a lot of information going on in my head at one time, right? And what happens? The voice changes, and you have a physiological reaction based upon what's happening internally, right? So I apologize if you think I sound like Barry White or, an interview on Dateline or Darth Vader or whatever it might be. And just what my voice does naturally. So what's that? Well, you just have a very deep voice. You just have a very, very, very deep voice, and you should have the face mask on, right? And the right? We put you in the Mandalorian helmet there. I think it'd be great. Oh, and Shaboyki, thank you so much. I appreciate your comments. I wasn't getting on you at all or anything else. I thought it was pretty funny. And so yeah, no. And I guess this is part of the art of trading, right? I think the art of trading is really, figuring out what your areas for one thing, but then you have your entry criteria around there as well, and it's just finding what works for you as an individual. I don't know. Were you gonna say something, Vito? I have your husband. It's going to be a letter cut out from a newspaper. Well, you know what, Vito? Somebody we need to hold as ransom. You're probably the person. Would your wife pay? She's like, get rid of him. She's like, no, I got to collect the life insurance. Oh, Vito, I'm sure that's not true. You guys are a good Italian family. There's all sorts of love over there. No, good times. Good times. What else do we want to get into? Anything? It's damn Yankees, man. It's the team that's bought and paid for. I guess we can say that about the Dodgers too, right? I don't know. I don't have the time to watch sports, so I really can't say too much. We could talk about the weather at Yankee Stadium, I guess. Oh, good times. I'm just getting silly. Being a smartass. Well, I want to actually go back and take a look at some of these other these past days. I want to do some replay. I really want to study um some of these areas, especially in the context of overnight highs, overnight lows, and practicing the entry criterias around those, right? Because having an area is great. When do you um what makes you trigger the entry, right? And I think that's a valid question, and I think it's different for every trader, and I think it's something that we need to develop the skill for. You said 29122. Right. Always, that was always one of my favorite little lines. Interesting. So what about you, Vito? Are you in love with VPOC or VWAP? I always say VPOC because I'm so used to point of control, right? Because I'm a volume profile guy. So I always say VPOC instead of VWAP. Are you in love with the VWAP? Mhm, mhm. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. The other thing to remember, though, that's great in a ranged market, when the market turns around and starts to trend and it starts to go through that third line, that's where market context and understanding market context is so important. I know you know this, Vito, right? Yes, exactly. Yep, yep. Is there? I know we get very very few trend days on an intraday perspective, right? In a month, is it pretty much evenly distributed then between double distribution and balance days, or do you feel like there's more balance days than even double distributions? Yeah, yeah, yeah. And this escobage is absolutely correct. If you don't use VWAP, you don't know how to trade, and that's why you anchor VWAP to AMT. 80% of the market hedges around VWAP. I used VIX in the when was the last time I used VIX? I think it was probably around 2016 or something along those lines. I just think that we can get to a point where we're just looking at too much information, and sometimes we just need to pull it back and follow the KISS method and just keep things a bit more simple, right? I think there's key tools that we need in terms of in understanding the markets, and I think definitely price. right? In some form or fashion, some form of volume, right? You want to be able to hear when the pits started to get loud, as Vito was talking about, right? And then outside of that, really in the context of the grand scheme of things, understanding the current market condition being either trending or trending and in a area of balance like we're in right now, or just a balanced market condition, right? But outside of that, what more do we really need in order to be able to read what's happened in the past, to understand what's happening in the moment, where we can trade into the future? What more do we need than that? Yeah, that's a good point. Well, I was a little puppy today. I let the big dogs eat. I even let the big dogs eat. Turn around at like 2 o'clock or 2:30, whenever Vito entered that position. Right, I'm busy over here talking, trying to get my stream together and everything else, and he's over there in the short. I'm like, God bless it again. Damn it, Vito. That's when you're a little dog and you look at the big dog like they did something wrong. And the big dog's looking at you like, screw you, screw you, a-hole. Yeah. Or go see somebody get bigger balls. I mean, Stranger Things. You go to a truck stop. Yeah. Go grab some of the metal balls that are off of some of the semis. Fake it until you make it, right? But no, to Vita's point earlier, though, I'm going to be much more consistent on these streams again. Monday through Friday from 3 p.m. to whenever we're done, and then on the weekends I'm going to be streaming. I don't have a schedule for that yet, but it will be happening. I'm also building a course as well. It's going to be free. Don't oh yeah, here, Discord, and you got to join over here. And no, the course is all going to be excuse me, on this whole concept of overnight high, overnight low, just those basics, right? And building that in, but it's also going to have some simpler concepts as too for new traders in terms of what is a candlestick and different things along those lines. But you're going to be able to go through it pretty quickly. I'm going to have the prerequisites already set up there, so you can just pop right in if you're already more an advanced trader. But that way you have it in print, you've got it in video, and modalities, right? We learn better through more modalities. Modelo sound good too. You want Modelo? Oh man, that's so funny. Modelo. I don't think I've ever had a Modelo. I'm not a beer guy. I like bourbon, but I'm not a beer guy. Yeah, that's kind of my drink of choice these days too. I got some labs back that weren't as kosher as I wanted them to be. So I'm eating a bunch of fruit right now. Some the ready oats or whatever they are. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm completely changing my diet. You really well. You know what, Vito? It's all because of you, actually, right? I get these labs back, and I'm like, man, no, 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 no. I have 30 to 40 years of work left to do, right? And so it's a matter of taking care of myself and getting to the point where I have those days. So, um, exactly, exactly. So do 7 Mile Beaches now. I mean, you can just bring Elon's stuff with you. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll be in the Caymans on the 7 Mile Beach over there in the hammock trading. What's up? Mediterranean, the Spanish or French Riviera. Oh yeah. Well, you're Italian. This is true. This is true. Sicily would be nice. I would definitely not be upset if it was Sicily. I'll put it that way. Ginger's laughing at us now. Good times. Good times. Maybe Ron's going to be over in Sicily too one of these days. For what? I haven't listened to him a lot. He seems pretty chill. Is he hyped? I thought he was pretty chill. I thought it was a whole jazz chill thing. Well, but Vito, you know what? You you brought the best out of him. You challenged the guy one too many times. Oh man, but he doesn't though. He doesn't show any of his trades or anything else, does he? He just talks about them, right? Yeah, we all are at times. X, we were talking about Ron. He's one of the individuals on TikTok, and Ginger. You could come to Australia, best beaches. You know what? I can't. I Australia is one of the places that's absolutely on my bucket list that I have to visit. I served with some Australian military members in Afghanistan, and they were amazing individuals. I gotta go. I gotta check you guys out. Land down under. Oh yeah. Yeah, well, see what I would do is I would fly from LA to Tokyo, and then I would to go from Tokyo to Singapore, and then Singapore to Australia. I'd hit all my favorite places. Well, that's why you're on. You would stop in Sicily first, then. It was Sicily. Yeah. Is that where your family is from? Wow. Okay. Okay. Italy is one of those places I haven't been to either, so I have no idea, what we're dealing with. I mean, my ancestry is French Canadian, so a French Canadian and I was a jarhead, so you can't expect too much out from me. Oh, good times, good times. It's so funny. I've never seen The Godfather. Yeah. I keep meaning to. I really do, and I just don't go around. Just don't get around to it. I think. Well, I know it did. I know. I've had plenty of time. Trust me. It's older than I am. Um, no, I'm trying to think of the last movie I've seen. I can't even tell you right now. I think it was. I think it was probably in game. Yeah, yeah. Well, in Top Gun Maverick, didn't that come out right around COVID? No, it was supposed to come out before, but then COVID happened, and they kept on pushing back the release until they opened up the video, the theaters again, because Tom Cruise didn't want the movie to be seen outside of the theaters. Yeah, so it was in the tail end of the whole COVID thing. Yeah, yeah, crazy, crazy, and I mean that industry's still messed up from all of that. Spoken by a true Sicilian. What do they say? Never what with a Sicilian? Oh, what is that movie? Well, yeah, that too. But well, no, it was in what movie is that? It's oh come on, somebody knows what I'm talking about. The something bride is in the 80s. The Princess Bride. Yeah, you fool! You fell victim to one of the classic blunders. The most famous of which is never get involved in the land war in Asia. But only slightly less well known is this: never go in against a Sicilian when death is on the line. Yes, the Princess Bride. Oh man, movies, and I am not a movie buff. Oh, Spectre, I am so Spectara. I'm so sorry, I missed you. I was doing other things. Love the new camera quality though. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, this was so what I did is I actually adjusted all of my recordings of my videos that I was doing, and I put them all onto my main machine. I decided to stream from this machine as well. So I have a this is actually coming in from an FX30 right now. I have an FX3 in front of me for another angle. And then I was using a face cam, and the face cam Pro is what I'm using the for TikTok right now. And so yeah, so I have a FX3 and an FX30 that I record all my videos off of. But what you're seeing over here is from the FX30 from their cinema line from Sony. One on Ninja. So Ninja, the only way to get footprints before was you had to have a plug in. I forgot who that plug-in was through. Do they have it natively now? Is it really? The what Trading View? Gotcha, and a lot of the data feeds will give clusters as well too. At least they used to. TT used to be CQG and TT were the used to be the best in terms of giving as much as raw volume data as possible coming into the streams, where other ones would cluster them in and package them in bundles, and so you wouldn't get the true volume data coming in as well through a lot of those platforms. IQ feed was actually one of the best as well. I used to pay like $150 a month for IQ feed just so I had the best um volume data that I could possibly get coming into the charts through Sierra charts that didn't do anything to filter it either. That was my combination: IQ feed and Sierra, and then I executed my positions off of TT. You know what? I used to use cumulative. You're talking about cumulative delta, right? So cumulative delta, I think delta can be helpful. I think that the way that most people use it in the context of divergences and stuff like that. Um, I can't think of his name right now. Fulcrum traders are trading back in like 2008, 2009. I think he was around until around 2011, 2012, somewhere right around in there. But he used to do a lot with Delta, and he was looking for a lot of confluences and um, divergences and different things along those lines. And he did pretty well with it. Um, but again, the problem with the divergence is the volume can continue going. It's like anything else, as Vito will talk about, right? It's like an oscillator, right? And you get into overbought, oversold condition, and like an overbought condition, it just keeps on going. And yeah, the whole reason for the divergence isn't there. But delta, in terms of just understanding and looking at the market orders themselves, I think that there's a in a granular entry criteria. I think it can be helpful because there's a lot of times that what will happen is let's say you have a bar like this one right here, and let's say it starts to go up and it comes back down into the open, but you still have green delta buying delta through here even as it's coming through or coming through the open. That's where I would be looking for another possible continuation to the upside for another spring. And usually when that happens and that type of context, there's a follow through to the move. Yeah, I agree. Again, it's, you know, I don't know. You know what? I've had a lot of ideas when it comes to trading, and just these last few weeks with Vito, I think a lot of them for me are just I'm throwing them out the window, and I'm throwing more of them out the window faster than I was in the beginning, because I really think that we we really just need to keep things as simple as possible. And the more we add to our charts, the more we're looking at things, right? Then what happens is we have to analyze that information that's there, and the analysis takes time. And the more we have to look at, the more we have to be confident in. I mean, this area right here, this right here, just up here. I mean, do we really need more information than what we have right here? Now, of course, all of this right here, this yellow, right, rectangle is all done off of a higher time frame. Okay, so you got to put that into context. It's looking left completely, right? But I think that what we need to do, in my opinion, what we need to do on entries is do what we do when we look at areas. Look more left for the reason of entry, and then just enter the damn market. Don't think, don't do anything else. You're in an area, it makes sense. You pulled back left into a shorter time frame area that makes sense. Enter the damn market. You know, and enter the market as close to your area as you can possibly get, so you can move your stop where it makes sense, and open yourself up to a possible 6, 7, 8 to 1 ratio trade in terms of in terms of risk, 5, 6, 7, whatever it might be, and let the difference between your tight stop and your revenue talk over your win percentage. And I really think it needs to be that simple. The more I listen to Vito, the more I listen to his trading, the more I listen to him as just enter, and the less criteria. Every time I've gone over and I've talked to somebody, or I've built a system, or I purchased a system from somebody else, right? So many of them have all of these entry criterias and everything else that goes along with it, and they focus so much on entries. Well, I don't hear that from Vito. And even when it talks about entries, he says, well, look left. And so if we put delta on the chart, we're looking now. We're not looking left. And I think that anything we put on our charts that keeps us from looking left to looking to right now puts us at a disadvantage. I don't know. Exactly. Mhm. Exactly. And if you're thinking, you're not executing, and if you're thinking, you're not confident. If you're not confident, you can't execute. So, whatever you need on your charts to be confident, do that, and then just execute around your confidence, around your area of confidence. That's really where I'm getting at from this work with Vito. I still fall into the old habits of wanting to get granular in areas in this type of information, and really, honestly, I would just be smart to just take it off and just leave it like this, not even have that on there. The only reason why I have it on there is for my point of controls, because I do like these in terms of pullbacks for entries. I really do. I think they're phenomenal for that. But what does it do though? It's just another scapegoat for me to turn around and say, oh well, let me just go ahead and peek at order flow real quick. I'm just curious. I just want to see, and that doesn't help me in the context of what Vito's trying to teach me. So, I think Delta can be helpful. I think Delta is one of those things though that you're just putting on your charts, and the question is can you use it in a way that's going to give you more confidence than what you're already using? Look left to be right. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Absolutely. And Vito, when you were talking to me about this right here, and this whole area to the left, and I'm just thinking about that. I'm like, here I am still talking about, you know, the order flow and possible this and possible that and whatever it might be. And it's like, you were just telling me, look left. What do you see? That consolidation. Where did the price go to? The consolidation. Price goes to the consolidation, rejects off of a wick, enter. Don't think about it. Don't go here. Enter the damn market. What price did you enter at today? Yeah, no, this afternoon after 2 o'clock, you had an entry around 2:30. So that's no, 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 not you. No, I'm laughing at myself there. I'm like, it's coming together slowly, right? I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed all the time. Yeah. Oh. Are they taking my toy away? That's so messed up. Well, you better go listen to the boss. Vito, thank you so much. You have a good one. Enjoy. Thank you for everything. You know that Jew, that's really interesting, right? I tried to corner him a couple times on entry criteria, right? And he just would not bite. And I think I just figured out why. So first of all, what's up? So I mean, it's a working theory, right? So when I think when I say I think I just figured something out, it's just a working theory. That's all it is. Okay, midpoint, midpoint of the day, right? So first of all, what indication can we use to give us the information for the midpoint of the day? So in this context here, the market came down, the high and low were made between 9:30 and 9:45. Okay, market didn't break the high of the US session in those time frames. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in an indicator real quick. And you can't do this all the time. You can't do it like this. I'm running a theory in my head and just playing it out. So I need IVB. Where is it? Thank you. And we're going to go ahead and set this to the first 30 minutes. 60 is just fine too. And we're going to find the midpoint is what it's going to give us. So we have IVB on here, but it didn't do anything. Why? Well, I don't have the, so we're just going to have to take his point on that. But you know what? Though we should be able to just do a 50% here and here, right? And the 50% is, if we do a 50%, let's color this differently. Let's make it blue because I don't have anything blue on my charts. There we go. So he's saying the 212, but the 50% is here at the 297. So is he using the 50% then of Globex? See, this is where Vito comes into play, right? He has these magical numbers and the calculations and everything else, right? So if this is initial balance is around the 214 area, well, not initial balance, but the midpoint, right, is around the 214 area, right? So what he did was he waited for it to go through the midpoint, basically through this low and the midpoint, and he just took the entry. So I don't think he has actual entry criteria as most traders would define it. I think he has much more just, this is my area, this is what's going on, I'm just going to take it. I don't think he has actual entry criteria the way that the normal retail traders would look at it as. Go ahead. Exactly. I'm gonna work on that a little bit more. So Tony Jew, when you say price rejected at consolidation, which time frame do you suggest? 1 minute is too short, and at 3 or 5 minutes, I feel like I'm late to entry. Do you want to take a stab at that? Yeah, it was basically about 40 minutes of consolidation. Yeah, yeah. And I would say it really depends on your entry methodology, and this is why, because not every area is going to be the same. So this right here, coming out of this area, right, you have basically a 1 bar rejection. Okay, you created a top, right? You can say 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes, 25 minutes of consolidation if you want to, but this is really a continuation. Even this bar is kind of continuation, and then it takes 10, 15 minutes for it to come down on a 5 minute chart. Okay, so you have a very, very tight consolidation period here. But what's difference between the two? This is a reversal of a nice big down move, right? And this is an area of balance, okay, in a higher time frame area. Your higher time frame areas are going to tend to have a tendency to reject quicker. It's going to be a faster move. You should be anticipating a faster move. Okay. Why? Higher time frame players will probably get involved into this area. Higher time frame players are going to wait for a bit to get involved in here, because what are they waiting for? They're waiting for all the noise from this big down move in the opening move. Okay. So your areas. What I find in my own trading, in the context of here, to get in at the edge, the 5 minute is too slow on the NASDAQ. On the ES, I would say you're crazy for saying that the 5 minute is too slow. On the NASDAQ, the NASDAQ is too wild. It's too, it, it's a nasty little gremlin, right? It's why I like the 2 minute chart, because a 2 minute chart, if I'm patient, still gives me plenty of time to be patient in here, but it gives me time to react in here. Now, I'm not saying I am right. I am not saying that I'm arguing with Jew, because he's correct as well. If we had all of our areas, I'm probably going to miss this now, but we're going to try. If all of our areas work just like this, I would absolutely say, you know what, the 5-minute chart is perfect. But we have way too many areas like this. And this, to me, well, it's actually, yeah, this is the same area. This here gives me a lot more information that I can deem valuable comparatively to what we saw in the 5-minute. Sometimes we need more information coming into us instead of less, like we would get on the 5-minute. And that's why I really, really, really like the 2-minute chart. And it's interesting, right? Because in the 2-minute chart, we can really see structure. Okay. In the context of structure, price action hits a rejection point up here. You have your area of consolidation here. You can see the consolidation, not just in the bars, but look at the volume and the point of control of each area, right? What does price action do? Comes down and makes its first lower low, okay, through here and here. And right after making those lower lows, what happens? What happens after the lower low? She comes back up and tests into the area again, okay? But we don't have a high volume node up here, which is fine. You can enter up here if you have an entry criteria in order to do such, okay? But what happens after the lower low happens? We come back and we test right back into the double range of point of controls, the grouped point of control. And we come right back into it. Mm-hmm. 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 Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, and it's interesting too, right? Because we have the failed auction up here. We have a failed auction up here, 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 here. You know, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 failed auctions in the matter of 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 minutes on a 5-minute perspective. Yeah. And then we have I like to have a little scrolling thing down here, so I don't have to move it so much. Be nice. And then here at the highs, right? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the 2-minute chart. 9, right? So if you're looking at failed auctions, you know, and I would suggest a 5-minute chart because you know you less is better, right? Than you're more. But I don't necessarily always look at failed auctions though, because you know like here, right? We got a failed auction here at the low. Okay, it just kind of turns around and goes. This one didn't get retested in the context of this whole thing until over here. And at what point in time do you finally say, you know, well, which one am I going to go off of? Which one am I going to enter off of? You know, and again, right? if you top down approach, right? Especially from 9:30 to 11 when price tend to reject quickly, right? So when we bring it back, okay, if we need to be confident in areas, and the higher time frames is what gives us the best areas to um use in the context of confluence, and we want to be confident in those, okay, then when it comes to entries, we should bring it back to that same perspective: top down approach, top down approach, top down approach. Okay. So we should go back and look and see what was happening in this time frame right down in here. And Vito was talking about there's a longer time frame perspective down here. Okay. Well, when you look at when it came down into the actual area that he was talking about, came we got a little extension. This rejection is what was in the area, right? And if we have rejection in the area, this is where we want to enter around. And now it doesn't become about time frame anymore. It becomes about being confident in your area and just trading from your area. Yes. Yep. Mhm. Yep. Yep. Yeah, exactly. And the speed of order flow is so important. You can't see that unless you go live or unless you replay. And in fact, here, you know what? Since we're already here, what time? What time do we want to do? 10? Do we want to do 10:04? 10 o'clock. Beautiful. And this is where like this platform. Oh, I don't think I can. I don't think I can until tomorrow. Oh, so rude. Let me check. Let me check. I'm gonna try anyhow, but I don't think I can until tomorrow. Dang it. We're gonna have to come back in and do that though. Let's go ahead and set and just see if it's gonna let me or not. Download. You don't have enough data. Do you? Yeah, they won't be able to until tomorrow. So rude. Sorry guys. I tried. When I say guys, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead. Go ahead. What was that? Exactly. No, absolutely. And I completely agree with that. I completely agree with that. This is actually I was able to get the replay. Um yeah. And here's the thing. This is why, at least in the early aughts and different time frames in that period of time, we had these individuals that didn't want to share their methodologies, didn't want to share, what it was that they were doing and different things along those lines, because it was like, if everybody starts doing it, it's going to break. But in this context, though, everybody's different. We all perceive differently. You need more information. It makes you more confident. Others can get analysis of paralysis with too much information, right? So it really all boils down to what it is that you're comfortable with, because that comfortability is what's going to create the confidence or be the foundation to the confidence. So sometimes more is better than less, and sometimes less is better than more. And there's no perfect time frame either. I Entry criteria and an actual strict entry criteria on the Nasdaq, I much prefer a 2 minute chart over a 5 minute. I tried to use the 5 minute. The 5 minute takes too long. The Nasdaq is just too wild, especially when you're trading out of areas like LVNs and those type of things, low volume nodes, where you're anticipating some faster price action to come out of it. The 5 minute is just too slow. Exactly. Yep. 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 Exactly. And so what I just did here is I just took a position, right? And in that position, okay, I wanted to have a very tight stop, right? So I had a $290 stop and it came down and it stopped me out. From this entry here, I would have to have from that other entry, I would have to have a $750 stop in order to be able to take this position. And this is what I mean, right? If we get in too high, we're getting in too high. Let's say, somebody wants to get in around the 80s, right? You're getting in too high. You have to keep your money management stop. You're not, I took two expenses. I'm down $515 on a day, right? And I why? Because I'm trying to take entries too high for my risk tolerance where the position's actually wrong. This is what I mean, right? So I could keep getting in here and keep, trying to keep a $200 stop or whatever, or I could turn around and in this case here, 585, right? So every 10 points is $200. Okay. So 72 down to 62. If I would have put an entry down here at 62, I'd only have a I'd have a $285 stop, $385 stop. Okay. But right now, $385 is the closest to the market I can possibly get. And so, what's better? Is it better to take an entry off of here, 20 points or 10 points above this low, the same thing here, and be stopped out where it's wrong, comparatively to trying to enter here and continuously getting stopped out in a rotational area where you can't put your stop where it's supposed to be? I Exactly. 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 Spaceboy, no, I'm not in a trade right now. This is actually the replay from 10 o'clock this morning. What we're looking at is we're watching the volatility of the market and the speed of the tape comparatively to the up bars and the down bars. And what I was just showing was, Ram had a question earlier about entries and time frames and those type of things, and he was entering around the 980 area and kept getting stopped out down through here until it finally moved. And I was just showing that how that happens, and where that entry was in the context of what he was doing, and then the price action below the low, what that difference is. um by the way, gold is shorting a bit in case you want to check that out. I appreciate that, Spaceboy. That's something that Vito is working on. I'm really trying myself. I'm really trying to stay involved in the Nasdaq, and then as we could tell too, my charts aren't populating either for properly for gold either. So I appreciate that call out. I really really do. I'm going to stay focused here on the Nasdaq. Ram, I was fighting FOMO when price started moving away as anticipated from area of interest. Exactly. And that's what I mean by when we're entering from an emotional state, right? We have to understand what creates that emotional state in the first place, because then emotional state is what shapes perception. Perception is what causes us to act. Okay. So what's going on is we have an emotion. So there's a trigger in the environment, and your trigger is the fear of missing out. And when you feel that, there's thoughts and emotions in the body and thoughts in the mind. Okay, and they happen basically simultaneously. And scientists don't know which one happens first, but they're there, right? And so what's going on is the mind, the emotions there, the mind is there with the thoughts. Well, the conscious mind is like it's like a flashlight, a little tiny beam of light, like a little laser, right? It's very focused. Okay. And when you turn around and you start to flood the mind with thoughts, well, that little focus light goes out because the floodlight of all these thoughts is there. And so the conscious focus is gone. Your mind is now filled with so many thoughts that you can't focus on what it is that you're going to do. And that's how the subconscious mind takes over action from the conscious mind. Okay. And so when you're in that moment, in that emotion, what's happening is your mind gets flooded with thoughts, and it causes you and triggers you to act. And now you're acting, right? But now you're not acting on the intention of your conscious mind and what the conscious mind knows what to do. You're acting on the patterns of the subconscious mind. And the patterns of the subconscious mind doesn't care what your conscious mind wants. Okay. It only knows predictive behavior, and it's going to predict its behavior the same way. And if you're struggling in the markets because of a fear of missing out, then your actions of your subconscious mind are not aligned to profitable trading in that market condition. The market condition that's causing you to trigger the fear of missing out. So what do you do differently? How do you fix that? Once we know what's happening in the mind, how do we fix it? We use an if-then statement. If I'm feeling the emotions of the fear of missing out, then I'm going to take a break. Then I'm going to focus on my thoughts and what I'm thinking, and I'm going to allow myself to process that information instead of allowing it to act for me. Whatever your if-then statement is, right? We detected inactivity. We're going to end your stream in 5 minutes. Great. I fixed it. So what's happening is the if-then statement. If I have the fear of missing out, then I'm going to do this. And if you do that, now you're practicing the muscles for your conscious mind to take over again, even after the subconscious mind is triggered. And this is one of the reasons why I got back into trading. One of the reasons why I got back into trading is because I'm absolutely fascinated by how the subconscious mind works. And when the subconscious mind is online, right, we're doing predictive behavior. And as long as that predictive behavior is there, we can't do the other thing. And so this is really, for me, a laboratory to be able to express or to demonstrate how to take subconscious programming offline so our conscious intention can come online. All right. And that's a process that I've developed and I've used myself. And that process worked really, really, really well for me. And when I used it, the best times of my trading. The problem is the subconscious mind can take over and run like a life script. And now your whole life, see, watch this. If you would enter down in here, okay, at 58 and a quarter, now you would have a stop down here. It's right around $200. This is where it's so important to be patient and to enter where you're wrong instead of entering in a place where you can't manage your risk properly in a rotational market. But that's why I created this stream in the first place, was to use trading in order to be able to demonstrate that. And so the best times of my trading was when I was utilizing that process. But the subconscious mind can run a life script and a strategy that it has to play out. And it's so difficult to interrupt it. And once you have a process that's able to interrupt it, it remembers that. And when it feels like that process is being triggered, it will resist it, it will fight it, it will keep the conscious mind from doing the action. But if you continue to go back to the if-then statement and start to act on the then, the action, the body can only serve one master at a time. And if the subconscious mind is serving as the master of the body, or guess what? The body is going to do its bidding. But the moment you take action, conscious action, the conscious mind is now the master and the body is doing its bidding. And you just shifted and broke the script that was playing and you brought conscious intention and action back online again. The if-then statement is one of the best strategies I've found in order to be able to stop that subconscious process and allow the conscious mind to direct the body in what it's going to do next. I'll get off my soapbox now. Mm-hmm. Well, absolutely. And execution is what? Action. And so you're taking action. You're doing the thing, right? But sometimes though, the subconscious mind, even though you're going to take action and you know that you need to take action, you still end up taking the action of the fear of missing out. For example, right? You fear of missing out, you didn't do it. Okay, price action now turns around and breaks out up here. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and buy this up here. And then what happens? You put your stop right down here. You put your stop right down here, right? And then price action rotates and stops you out. And now you just messed your whole thing up because of the fear of missing out. It is still a byproduct of the whole thing, right? So you're spot on in what you're talking about. We have to go back to how the mind works, right? And so what we want to do is we can't push away, we can't fix, we can't heal, we can't resist the subconscious mind, because the subconscious mind comes online before conscious thought even has a chance to be able to come online. And if the conscious thought can't come online, then this can't direct the body what to do, because the body, the action of the body happens first through a thought, through some sort of trigger, through a signal. And if the trigger isn't coming from the subconscious mind, it's going to come from the conscious mind, it's going to come from the subconscious mind. So everything we do in action is going to be in the subconscious mind once it's triggered, even though we're consciously thinking we're going to do it. It's still aligned to the subconscious. We have to bring the subconscious mind offline. The way we do that is to be aware of it, to be able to aware, oh, wow, you know what? In the moment, you know what? I'm suffering from the fear of missing out right now. This is how I feel when I have the fear of missing out. You recognize it, you understand it, you focus on it. And when you do, you own it. It no longer is the master over you because you're not resisting it. You're not trying to shy away from it. You're not trying to do something else. You become honest with the thing. And the more honest you are with it, the more that you're able to step away from it, separate from it. It goes back to authenticity, being honest with the experience that you're having so you can become more authentic in who you really are. Oh, Ram, there's always room for improvement. To be honest, I got better over past few weeks, but still there's always room for improvement. There's always room for improvement, right? And here's the thing, right? You're not doing anything wrong. You may not be aligned to the results that you want, but how do we align our results? How do we align our actions to the results that we want? Just practice. You got to keep practicing. Practice. And the more that we practice, the better the odds, the higher the probability that eventually we're going to align our actions to the results that we want. And then we fulfill our intention. Not fulfilling our intention in thought, not fulfilling it in feeling, fulfilling it in experience. And when we fulfill intention and experience, we live intention. And when we live our intention and we intentionally did it and we know we intentionally did it, guess what? There's a level of joy there. Where there's joy, there's love. Now you're creating that internal fulfillment of joy rather than the subconscious fulfillment of the fear of missing out. And that's what changes your whole experience. Nice. It's so funny. I still have a lifetime license of NinjaTrader that I bought in like 2009. I don't even know if they would actually. They'd probably pay. They would probably ask for an upgrade fee at this point in time. Yeah, lifetime license, but we're gonna ask for. Oh yeah. I mean, I think it was like NinjaTrader 8 as the last one I used. I don't know. What are they on right now? Is it just NinjaTrader? I haven't looked at NinjaTrader for so long. So they have a monthly fee of NinjaTrader 8, and I even had it before NinjaTrader 8. That's the last version that I remember. $99 per month, huh? No. Deep Charts is the easiest platform for order flow. It's plug and play. And the reason why I got it was because I was using Sierra Charts on here, and individuals were asking me how to set up charts or how to use order flow in something that's easier or whatever it might be. And so I just went on the internet and I was looking, and there was like, the easiest platform for order flow. I found Deep Charts. And so I did a little bit of research on it for like 10 minutes, and then I bought the yearly plan for it with the um, with a heat map, and I never figured out how to use the heat map, so I have no idea what's going on in the context of the heat map. I have no idea, but I have a license to deep charts. The problem with deep charts is it's extremely limited in what you're able to do with it outside of order flow and auction market theory. I mean, like there's indicators and stuff and different things that Vito's using, and I can't replicate it in deep charts because it doesn't have the capability to do such. No. Um yeah. I also have bookmap as well. Yeah, you're looking at the order book exactly, and so yeah, you are. You're looking at the resting orders. You're looking at possible icebergs. You're looking at different things along those lines, and it's basically just a line chart. And then you got the bubbles that pop up on it, right? To show you where the stronger buyers and sellers are, and those different things. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was listening to somebody on TikTok when I first came back, and um they were talking about, because I was like, as I asked him, I was like, how do you interpret or see rejection? He's like, well, I use the heat map. And I'm like, okay, well, what the heck is a heat map? We did not have a heat map in school when I was in school, right? You know, when I was riding my dinosaur to school, both on uphill, both ways, falling off of it, breaking my wooden underwear, and getting slivers in places you don't want them, right? um you know we didn't have that sort of stuff, so I went ahead and got a heat map, and I can't make any heads tails out of it whatsoever. And um yeah, yeah, so I left that whole idea pretty quickly because it didn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Well, then they turned around and created the gex levels, right? So now everybody's on the whole gex thing. And I mean, yeah, there was gex around when I was trading, but it wasn't around, right? It's like newfangled technology, right? Um and the problem with the gex levels is by the time you enter off of the gex levels, you've already missed the boat. The gex levels are not going to be aligned to, like, let's say a daily confluence level. It's just not, because it's going to be on the other side of the daily get the daily level. And so by the time you enter off of the gex, what's the market doing? It's pulling back, because it had to break out of an area to get through the gex level, and now it's pulling back because of that breakout. And so once again, you're just getting at the high of a move on a long, and you're going to get stopped out on the pullback. No different than I got stopped out here 2 or 3 times to be down $740, or I guess I'm down $273, but I was down more than that in the position when I was just trying to enter around here when I didn't want to use a $780 stop. It's the same exact thing. This is why RAM got taken out of the market here multiple times today, because you're running these prop firms. You got a set risk amount you're able to take. You enter the market, you put that risk amount in, and you just keep getting stopped out of the rotations, rather than waiting for the pullback to the area where you could be out down here below this low on a stop out, and then you'll get stopped out once instead of stopped out 3-4 times as it's making its rotation. And this entry here in here would have given you a 200 point or $200 risk from this low, from below this low. but it takes a lot of patience in order to be able to hit that. Vito's back. And he's not back in here. He just came back into the chat. Yeah, he's probably still eating dinner, and he's like, yeah, I wonder what those two are doing. Those two knuckleheads, what they're talking about. I'm going to check in on them. Make sure they're not talking crap about me behind my back. I'm Sicilian. I'll stab him in the neck. Exactly, right? Well, he's the big dog. You're in New York too, right? Where are you at in Minnesota? Okay, okay. I lived in St. Louis Park for a little bit. Okay, yeah. I was actually in Minneapolis. I was in the city. I was in. I was staying in the Marriott corporate building. I can't even tell you what where it's at, but it's really close to the stadium. My um my apartment slash condo, whatever you want to call it, was pretty much at the top of the building, and you could look straight down into the Twin Stadium. So that's where I was. I lived in 17 states from 2010 2016, so I've been all over the place. Absolutely. What are your plans? What are you up to? What are you moving towards? I love it. I love it. Jerry, how's it going? I am good. I am good. Thank you. It's good to see you. Jerry is one of the individuals that I've only been streaming for like what 6, 7 weeks right now. I took like a week off, so it's only like my 6th week of streaming or whatever it might be. But he's been around since the very beginning. Good guy. I have a good group of people. Small community, but it's a good group of people. No, that's awesome. That is awesome. In that context, so you're looking at families, you're looking at food, you're looking at hunger, you're looking at housing. Are you looking at like community building wise? Are you just looking at being able to strengthen the community? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So true. I love it. Well done. Absolutely. Deliberately choose not to take that action, but then you also have the individuals too that really want to take that action, but they really can't. You know, we don't realize, or we don't I don't think that we appreciate or understand just how strong the subconscious mind is. And people are like, "Oh, well, you know, you just need enough discipline, enough motivation. You know, if you just had those things, you know, you would be fine." And I think that it's very easy for us as a species to judge ourselves and one another in this terms of, well, you know what, you can still act. But in the context of the subconscious mind and what we're seeing through neuroscience and different things along those lines, it really isn't always that simple. You know, it really isn't, and some people really struggle with it. And when you add that into the way that as a society we view those types of people, you know, or they're just lazy, or they just don't want to, or you know, sometimes you just can't, and you don't know, you know, what's going on in somebody else's shoes. I mean, in 2000 and 2023 in August, I almost died from blood clots. Because I was very sedentary. I was very depressed. I was still having tremendous issues with my whole divorce thing and stuff. I wasn't over. It was an extremely traumatic situation. The way it all went down, and I couldn't get out of my own way. It's not that I didn't want to. It literally I couldn't. And it wasn't until I went to the hospital in an ambulance. I had to have two EMTs carry me in a chair down two flights of stairs to get me to the ambulance. I couldn't walk. And it wasn't until I was in the ICU for 7 days straight that I was like, you know what? I do want to do something different. And that's when I really actually started. I started doing it, but I needed that sort of situation to happen in order for me to come out of it. You know, not everybody is in that situation, but there's a lot of people suffering from being stuck in life. They want to be unstuck. They try to. You just sometimes you just can't, and it's sad, you know. But I think that as a species, as a society, I think we need to become more understanding in those circumstances with other people. Exactly. Exactly, and it's always there. I mean, you know, if the subconscious processes could actually go away, this is what would happen, right? You look at addiction, for example. Okay, you can have an individual 30 years of addiction that's doing new things, doing different things, right? And in the context of doing those things, what happens? They're in their sobriety, they're practicing sobriety, they've been practicing it for 30 years and they have a relapse. Okay. Well, you would think that after practicing 30 years of new habits, right, eventually the old habits would go away, but they don't. They're always there. They always linger, right? And they can come back in a moment's notice. And that's true for all of us, even those that aren't in addiction, right, or don't have addictive personalities or whatever it might be. They those patterns still run, and the habits are always there. And what we teach people to break those habits or to create new ones just are not aligned to how the brain actually works and functions. We have the understanding, just society hasn't caught up to the understanding. Okay, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back to let's go to 9:30 a.m. I think it will be easier for me to let's go to 9:39. Yes. So let's go to 9:29 is what I meant to say. And we're on June 8th. June 8th at 9:29. Oh, it's 7:30. Oh, I got to get going at some point in time, but that's okay. I'm going to go ahead and do this day. This is going to be fun, they said. And they go into the one day. I got to move my charts all around again. I got weekly charts up. I got daily charts up. Anyway, dailies. Okay. So on this particular day, we're going to have to hit reset because this is at 10. So we're going to go to 9:29. And I'm going to be on this 15-minute chart. And so this is the 2-minute for the entry. I'm going to go ahead and make my other chart the 15-minute. But this chart, all of my lines will come up on it. And so if we look at the daily perspective on this particular day, I have to hit set again. Okay. So 1800, we've got our low at 818. So let's go ahead and bring our low down to 818. That should be coming up on this chart. Let me make sure it is. I believe it's that green. It's one of those two green lines down there. Which one is it? It's the bottom one. Okay. So we're at 812 and a quarter. 812 and a quarter. Beautiful. And then let's bring our red one up to 605.75. So we have the other one up here at 605. What is that? 29,605 and 3/4. So 29,605 and 3/4. It's actually right here. So I'm just going to, since that's not up here, let's see here. These are drawn from a different time frame. I'm trying to get my lines on here, and everything is kind of messed up a little bit in terms of I'm stuck here on this chart, and I can't move another chart to it because it's stuck to the window. But this is our areas. So we've got this area down here for 812. This area down here is our overnight low, and here's our overnight high right above us, and we're already coming off that overnight high. So now we can go ahead and hit play. And I'm going to go ahead and put a limit order to short this right up here in case we get a pullback at the open of the market. And this is just a playback from June 6th, trading the areas of just the overnight high and overnight low. And it's currently 9:29, so it's right before the US Open. I'm going to see if we get a pullback at the open. I'm going to want to put a stop in because we could be pretty quick here. Bring this into like $365 stop somewhere right there. I could bring this up a little bit so we can widen this out. That's still too much. So if I want my stop here and I want to bring in a smaller, there we go. So this is right after we had, so this is right after the June 3rd high, and we just had a really large down day on the previous day. And we opened in the US session pretty much in the mid range of the previous bar. So we pulled back about a 50% retracement of that big down bar on a daily perspective. Wish I could show everybody, but it won't help me bring the chart over because it's stuck to the window and not to the chart. And TikTok Live doesn't make it easy to switch charts around. I guess it's not that difficult though. So yeah, so this is the down bar I was just talking about, right? And then this is the overnights that you're seeing right now. So this is this is Globex, right? And so here's your overnight high right up here, right? This is that large down bar, about a 50% retracement. So this is a daily perspective of what's going on at the moment on this particular day. Was everybody able to see that difference? Okay, good. Now we're going to go ahead and open this back up again, bring us back to the 2-minute, and price action is just moving down. Didn't quite get that entry, right? Where I wanted to be entered at right up here, that entry hit, right? So I'd be short, but I didn't get short, and now I'm waiting for another pullback or another reason to get into the market. We are still below VWAP on the 240-minute chart, on the 60-minute chart. And we're pretty much at VWAP on a 15-minute perspective. Because we're at the 15-minute VWAP, that gives me an area that I can enter. I'm just going to go ahead and enter the market at the VWAP. And I'm going to put my stop right above that VWAP area. So I can cancel this. And that stop right above here, that's still a $590 stop. That's not good either. So we're going to go ahead and drop that down here. And so the area that I was looking at getting into was right up here, but the stop was too wide, so I didn't. And then turn around and get in here as we're breaking through and pulling back up to VWAP on a 15-minute chart. And that VWAP is at 529. So just above the open of this current bar. Looking for a continuation to the downside. So this is what we're looking for in the context of a higher time frame perspective, right? We're trading the higher time frame perspective off of the overnight high, right? So we came up into the overnight high right up here. We rejected off of that overnight high, couldn't get in from this area, found another entry reason for another confluence off of a different time frame chart, and now it's time to be short and look for a continuation play to the downside. Yesterday's low, so if we look at the daily perspective, we don't really have too much of an area until we get below the low of the current bar and down here into this area here, which hopefully this comes up on this chart. Let's see. I need daily and daily, so that should have popped up. That should populate. That's around the 28,800 area. So 28,800, it didn't come in, but right down in here, I just drew an area from the daily perspective. And we're going to see if price action moves down into that area. On one mini right now, we're revenue about $1,700. Market's extremely wide, so we need to give this room. I don't want to blow those candles up too much, but I wanted to see them better because I don't need order flow, but I do need the point of control. So we're going to go ahead and leave that up. Do you have a fish tank? Oh, gotcha. It sounds like you hear the bubbles, right? And I thought it was a fish tank. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's awesome. I love it. Yeah, leave it to me. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. And so, in these positions, right? You gotta make a decision for yourself. Okay. This position here, we were up what, like $1,700, something like that, right? And now we're at 1,000, right? At what point do you get out of the position, right? In terms of revenue, in what you're trading, but you also want to trade in the context of the higher time frame charts. And so the 240 on this pullback just came right up into the first standard deviation um of VWAP. Okay. And the hourly just did the same thing. And so we're one standard deviation away right now from VWAP on the 240 and the 60 minute. And so you would anticipate price action to hold that area. Well, the VWAP is at 534, 539, and the high is at 615. Okay. So I can go ahead and drop my stop down here, right above here, lock in $560 on the position if it comes up and stops me out, and looking to hold this whole VWAP first standard deviation on the higher time frames. Now I'm moving my stop based upon structure. I'm not letting it come all the way back up against me. I am giving back the market $1,200 if it stops me out from here, right? In terms of where it was at the low comparatively to where I'm going to get out at if it does come back and stop me out, right? We're holding this support level in here. So we could, if we wanted to, move the stop down in here. If we get back above the open of this bar, we want to get taken out, okay? Or we can hold the position up in here. It really depends on where you're at in the context of the overall move. How confident are you in the move? How confident are you that the market's going to continue down? What area are you in, right? And in this context, I would much prefer, and of course now the market's going up, right? But I would have much preferred in this context to be out around the open of this bar than up here, because the market was down so much the previous day. We might get a stronger pullback after this nice down move coming in here off the shorter time frame charts. And we did come back up. We broke back through the one standard deviation of VWAP again. All right. And our 15-minute actually just came up into VWAP about 528. not even up there, not even to that point, and back down again. So, what do we do now? Now we wait. Oh, we picked up $610 on the position, and we wait. We wait for the next signal. We don't have a lot of information going off of the daily. All we have is the overnight high right now and the overnight low. The overnight low is way below us. Overnight high is still above us up here. The other thing I didn't like about what was going on here was, we kept on bouncing off of this area. But if we get below it here and we hold this area, this could be an area to get back into a short position again. And this time we should have a much tighter stop. Now we're fiddling in the middle. Okay. 100% fiddling in the middle, right? We don't want to fiddle in the middle. Okay. The reason why I'm doing this is because we have a area here that we're coming off of, and we don't have a lot of confluence in this area in the first place. Okay. And we're only utilizing one area off of the daily chart, which is the high and the low of the overnights. Okay. So it's very difficult to be trying to take positions in here. I just took one, and now I'm going to stand still and keep my hand off the mouse, and I'm going to wait. Mitty, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Mighty. Like Spidey, but with an M. Welcome. I hope you're well. If you have any questions, please let me know. Doing a replay back in June. What are we on right now? June 8th. Vito's not here at the moment to regale us with his wisdom either. So, kind of flying solo at the moment. I know you have a pilot's license yet. It's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yep, makes perfect sense. RAM. If you have time, can you show me how to spot failed breakout after consolidation? Absolutely. Right here's a prime example. Consolidation, breakout to the upside. Now, we don't know if this is going to be a pullback and a continuation to the upside, or we don't know if it's going to come back down and trade into consolidation. Okay. But what happened here? Price action came up into one standard deviation from the hourly and 240-minute charts. Okay. We're holding VWAP on a 15-minute chart. You're just going to have to just trust me on that. Right. But I'm looking at it over on the left and we're holding that VWAP. Okay. We're below VWAP on the daily perspective. All right. And we are holding this second standard deviation right in here. Okay. And as price action was coming up, we came almost up here into the third. So we were in the second one we rejected to begin with from up here where I wanted to enter. Okay. But this is a possibility of a failed breakout to the upside. We just don't know yet. And so how would you manage this? Well, you're up about 215 right now. You can move this into a break even at the moment, right? Or you can go ahead and hold it and anticipate it possibly to come back down into VWAP of this time period, or into lower prices of possible daily support, or even 240 or 60-minute support areas, right? So this is the way to be able to spot that, if that makes sense to you. And see how we have the rejection up here, right? We closed away from the top 1/3 of the position with this pretty big wick up here. Now we're not coming in and holding lower prices. We're coming up now, breaking the high, right? Chances are we're probably going to come up here and break this high. I didn't put a stop into the position, which I should have. Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Right. And especially in this context. Okay. As we were talking about with Vito, right? At 10 o'clock is a new 4-hour candle. And a lot of times that will be a new market structure in the opposite direction. And so we look at the opening move at the overnights, right? Towards the end, we turned around and we created lower lows coming into the open. Since then, we've reversed. Well, if we reversed off of that area, chances are we're going to see higher prices until about 10 o'clock. And then around that 10 o'clock, if we do see higher prices, we'd be looking for a reversal. If we trade back down into these lows down in here around the 10 o'clock, then we'd be expecting a reversal to the upside. So there's timing, right? But this is the key. This is where you need to know exactly what Drew said, where you want to be in the charts. Okay, where are you in the charts? Okay, and I've already stipulated that we're in the middle. Where are we in the middle of? Well, we're in the middle of our two areas. And this is where this is going to be a little bit tough in teaching this. And I'm just going to have to practice this for a while to get all of this figured out, right? Because I use other levels in my trading than just the high and the low. But if I'm of the overnights. But if I'm going to use this and I'm going to teach this, then I'm going to have to be able to become comfortable trading in some ways without knowing exactly where I'm at in the charts. And this is just part of that practice. Do I take positions like this? Do I only take positions up in here? You know, what is it exactly that I'm going to do in teaching this at the live edge. And that's just something I'm just going to have to practice and figure out as I go. You don't know how to do something until you do it, right? But in the context of volume and some of the other things in that granular sense, absolutely. Part of my methodology that I'm going to be teaching here is, you know, how to trade the overnight high and overnight low using the KISS method. And what's the KISS method? Keep it stupid simple, or keep it simple stupid, depending on which way you want to go with it. And in the context of keeping it simple, right? I can't put volume on my charts. I can't get, granular on this. I've got to stay within the context of what it is that I'm teaching. And this is one of the things that threw me for a loop when I first started streaming and I was trading live. How do you trade in front of people? Because by nature, I'm a pretty, what's the word I'm looking for? There's a word for it. There's two types of traders. There's systematic traders, and then there's the other type. What's the other type of trader? Thank you. I'm much more of a discretionary trader than I am anything else. It's how I scalp. It's how I developed my feel for the tape, and the feel for the tape for me is much more discretionary than it is objective. And so some individuals be like, "Oh man, that was a great entry. What was your criteria on that?" And just saw it, just felt it, right? Well, doing what I'm doing here and to teach, I have to take the discretionary out of the equation. So I'm already at a handicap, if you will, in terms of my trading, just by coming on here and teaching a concept that others people can follow, that I can explain why I did something. Okay. So I'm already out of my comfort zone already a little bit. And then I got to keep it simple. And so in the context of keeping it simple, if I'm just using the highs and the lows of the overnights, what else do I use in terms of knowing where I'm at in the charts? I don't have anything else to use. And I'm not teaching anybody else any other concept than this. So what do? Well, I've got to look at between this price and this price, I'm in the middle. And in the middle, you don't fiddle. So now I'm out. With that said, consolidations and breakouts. Exactly. You got to know where you're at in the charts. But how do you know where you're at in the charts? You answer that question, and now you answered your own question. You answered how you're going to spot filled breakouts after consolidation. Because you know what you're looking for in your charts. Because you know where you're at in your charts. And what is a false breakout? A breakout that's in the middle. It's not in one of your areas. It's not an area of interest for you in your charts. And if you're not in an area of interest in your charts, well, then it's a failed breakout. If you enter here, let's say in a long, and price action comes back down and retests these lows in here, well, then guess what? You're getting in on a breakout that failed. You should probably be looking for a place to get out, because it's not doing what you had anticipated to do from your area. Thoughts, Drew? Oh, don't do that. I talk too much. Oh, the 488.75. Wait, is that the price? I don't think that's. Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. I have too many notes in front of me. It's what's happening right now in the at live. Okay, well, let me get out of here. So let me get out of there and go back live. I put it on my charts. Okay. And that's why I'm trying to use different colors and different things along those lines as well. I've never had this many lines on my chart at any given time ever before. Okay, so I'm back connected now. That that level was the 29075 and a quarter, right? Okay, beautiful. So here, right, Ram, this is kind of goes into this whole context, okay? So here we have an area of interest, okay? Price action has traded down through that area of interest. We pull back into it. Could this be a false breakout? Most definitely. Okay? But this is an area of interest. We know where we're at in the market. I'm pretty close to the line right now. Let's just go ahead and take a short position because we've traded below it and see if we can break a low. This is how you trade an area. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, and here's an example of a false breakout, right? Consolidation comes down, false breakout, right? That's and this happens a lot. And so we break out down here to the downside again. Now we're making higher lows, right? So anticipate price action possibly come up and break this high. Okay. Right. And then we break out again to the downside and now back up to the upside and just in consolidation again. And so each one of these breakouts is false breakouts, right? But you're trading in a consolidated range, and this is exactly what we were talking about with Vito in terms of what they're doing in the context of stop runs and different things along those lines. Let's see what's going on here. Oh wow, yes, yeah. Hmm. It, Exactly. Absolutely. And in this context, right? We have, and what you're talking about there is at 7 o'clock, right? We're holding VWAP, right? Price action breaks down lower. Okay, we get through the 100. Okay, when we get through the 100, we pop right back up again, and we test back up here into what was overnight low of the previous day. So previous day overnight low, right? We reject directly off of it. We get through his 75 level, we come back and we test into it again, and then right there. So the best short would be up here. Better than that would have been up in here, anticipating the downside. Consolidation, breakout, not a false breakout. Breakout here, false breakout, retest, come back down, retest here, and now straight through. Now, how far is it going to go? Who knows? Who knows? Um, if we look at our higher time frame charts, the 60 minutes now below VPOC or VWAP, excuse me, VWAP. VWAP is we're trading well below VWAP on the daily perspectives and the 240. And so we don't really have VWAP for that area. Oh, Vito's back? Oh, sweet. Vito, how's it going? Probably. We noticed the area here, right? The 75. We got in here on the pullback to it. Just listening. See, I'm trying to follow. I was actually doing a playback, a replay, of course. Trying to figure out the teaching process of and the trading process of the overnight highs and lows. And Ju brought me back over to the real time, talking about the area that it's breaking through. And as you taught me, trades through it, back up through, right? Should get in. So there's the entry stop right above this area here for like a $60 stop. Didn't even come back through after the entry. And it's just straight down right now. Now it's just trade management. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yep. And now I don't know where I would expect the market to go to. I have an area around the 28,600, but I don't really have anything until then. And I have a spike down here around the 28,892 area that kind of coincides with the 812 and 953 area. But and the 953 is where price actually has gone through. So this is what I'm going to do. I like this. Put you in, coach? Yeah, absolutely. Come on in. You're the coach. Yeah, exactly. Um, let's see here. See transition block. No, I want to. How do I put you in? Oh, accept. There we go. Yes, sir. He's clearing his voice. He's gonna reprimand me now. Yep, 100%. Please. What's what? Well, yeah, that's the 930. That's a 940 934 area. Is that what you're talking about? That's exactly what I was looking at. And I was going to say this as I was talking and just bringing you on. The 934 is we just hit it the day before, which makes it previous day low. I'm going to wait for the 934, and if we reject off of that, I'm going to move my stop and be pretty aggressive in my stop down there. And if we just trade through it, then I'm just going to let her go. It just took me a second to get there. So yeah, 944. And then so this goes back into keep it simple. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. No. Um yeah, we'll see. I mean, even if it doesn't, I mean, honestly, Vito, even if it doesn't, great trade. Either way you look at it. You know, and it's not a great trade because of anything that I did. This was totally your area and your call. So no, this is beautiful. No, did not take it from the open. I didn't take it until it crossed down through the 75, and we pulled back into it, and I took it from right there. Yeah. Now I could have taken it from up here, but I was in a replay, right? So you could have taken it from here. Could have taken it from here, from VWAP, right? But we came down through, and Jew was like, we're used a lot of order flow through the area that Vito was talking about. I was like, what? So I came back to live. We'd already traded through it. We're coming back up, and I was like, you know what? This is the perfect time. This is the perfect opportunity to just do this, and I just entered right here. And then I put my stop right up here. I was like, we're thinking $60, whatever. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. I've wasted $60 on much worse stuff. That's what makes you the professional. I took your non-answer of your entry criteria to Vito to realize that, you know what? I don't think you necessarily really have an entry criteria. If you're in an area and it's doing what you'd anticipate it to do, you're just going to enter the damn thing. Yes. Yep. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Yep. Yep. And this one here, I wouldn't have looked as a really a test. It's just an extension into it. And then here we just kind of extended into it a few times as well. We really kind of broke those lows, extended into that here at this point in time. I love the entry on this on this bar right here. I just do. Not because I took makes sense. Yeah, I could see that too. Absolutely. Now, this is where I question things a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. My question on this is at what point in time do you get out looking to take longs at 28,976? Yeah. At what point in time do you get out in the position because it's coming back up again? And then do you re-enter if it comes back through again? And on this case, at this point in case, I would definitely look at a possible re-entry and a 28,976 and a quarter entry, Jacob. Yeah, I could see that. No, no, it wouldn't have from the entry point. No, no. This is where I need to get better on my entry or my exit management on the positions um in these areas. And that's just going to come with practice and just doing it. What's up? Yep. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. You got a good point there. You have a good point. Yeah, I closed it out with a $6,500 revenue. We were up over 1,200 on the position. You know, no, no, definitely not, definitely not. And that was one of the things I was thinking about too. When it was like the 1,200, just go ahead and put my stop down there around the 1,000 mark. And if I pick up $1,000 on this position right here, I'm not going to cry on my Cheerios in the morning. Exactly, absolutely per lot. How many lots can you hit in the Nasdaq at one price, Vito? Makes sense. Thank you. Mhm. No, no, there's no games with them. Definitely not. Mhm. Yep. Yeah, I took another entry. It held the area, rejected back through here. We got the VWAP right above us. I'm going to put my stop right above the VWAP and see if this whole little area right in here holds. You know, I mean, I was already in the position before, right? And with the position still holding at the moment, I don't see anything telling me that it's reversing at the moment. Now, if it turns around and goes down and tests previous day's low, then, I'm going to feel like a hero. Yeah. And then if it comes back and stops me out, well, you know what? I've been stopped out anyhow, so it doesn't really matter. Except for, I have a $65 of play money that I'm able to deal with in terms of, the if it does come up and stop me out. 29075 is right here, the red line. It's a red line right below my entry. Yeah. And we're extending through the 75 area, right? But we're not, well, absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. That's why my stop is right above the VWAP as well. I don't want to take much more of a risk and hit than that. But yeah, if we break through the VWAP and then pull back into the VWAP, that's where the long is instead of right through here. Yep. You're like, no, what'd you say after no? You just said no. No. Is no Sicilian for yes? Yeah, no, makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. That's all awesome though. I love it. That's something I would do. Most definitely without even thinking about it. It's so this VWAP is anchored at the open. I have daily VWAPs anchored to June 3rd. If that helps, Jacob. Would love to. Yeah. Probably entered the long here too soon. This is a 2 minute. Yep. 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 Yeah, I have a 15 up next to me right now. So here's the 30. You know what? I'm just going to take those off. They'll be easier to see. Yeah. Yeah, the 30 has a very big wick at the bottom. I mean, it's a from 29,015 up to the close of this bar at 78. Yeah. 15 looks more bullish. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. This one right here. This one. That's my first VML, huh? It's got to clear that low to go higher. It sure does. Absolutely, it does. It has to clear that low to go higher. Damn it. Damn it. So you think today it's possible that we bottomed out for the whole week and we're going to see up for the rest of the week? Well, of course. Of course. So the VML level, that was off of a previous low that was on, what was it, 30-minute or 15-minute? I think that was a 15-minute chart. I'll show you real quick. Um that's the low back over here. So when the market came up, came through into this area and it made its low down through here, that bar right there, and then the market needs to go through that in order to go up. And I entered way high comparatively because I didn't look left before I entered. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is this is a high for what? Which high are you looking for? Okay, VML. Mm-hmm. This high right up here. Yeah. Absolutely. Yep. Yep. And we're still making lower lows. Yep. Lower lows, lower highs. Somebody said 29,118 THX. What's THX, Jacob? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, 29. Oh, you were asking me what the VWAP level was. Where was that at? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 20. So this one's on the 15-minute, we're at 29,085. But if we go over to the back to the 2-minute chart from where I did my entry from, um VWAP is at 29,066. So sorry, I was 86. My eyes. It's 86. Sorry, I was thinking when I first read your comment that you were asking where it was anchored from. Hmm. Right. Right. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Hmm. Yep. Yep. Exactly. Hmm. Or the like the really tight range bars as well. Yes. Somebody was talking to me about gold. I don't have the data or the chart set up properly for gold, so I left it alone. But yeah, they were talking about that it was moving. Yeah, it's hovering around this area. It's um still holding the area. No, it's a 10-second time frame. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. No, it's a 10-second time frame. He's it's awesome. Thanks, Jacob. You're the best. And so, what was that? These bands up here. So this is a moving average that I put on here. So this right here. This is all VWAP. The green and the purple is VWAP. This is a moving average. I think it's the what's that? Yes. Yeah, just one. It's period value. It's just standard deviation. I can't adjust the standard deviation itself on this platform. Yep, exactly. That's I got too much stuff going on in my little pea brain right now. Okay. So we're here. Exactly, right? And so we're coming off of that. I'm going to go ahead and put my stop in here. I'm going to throw my stop just below the standard deviation band. Give us a little bit more room. I'm not even quite sure what moving average that is. That's the 200. It can't be. This is a 2-minute. Yeah. It's a 2-minute time frame. There. Okay. So I have this area here. Then the high, we were on the 15-minute chart when we did that. So let me bring back to the 15-minute chart and get the high. So the high is up here, actually. The 2-minute had the lower high up here. We just blasted through it. And so the high is up here. So I don't want to be this aggressive on my stop right now. Not when I'm turning around and looking for price action to possibly come up here in this area. But what I want to do though, exactly. And we're already here into the highs up here. I could put my stop right there, just below this low. Yep. And we're testing back into this area, this range here as well at the moment. Okay, stop out. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yep. Veto. I swear. Okay. No, this is amazing. I'm like, okay. Oh my god, are you kidding me? There's the next VML. Yep. I love it. That's awesome. And then after here, we've got this. This box up here. Yeah, that's off a daily chart. That's the 29,200 680 29,264 area on the daily. So this, just so you know, so you don't tell me to take my laptop and go home. That is this area right here. That's the box, this square, right? That's from previous day or a couple days low, the low, the low. You know, we picked up this high up here, the low, the low, the low, all sorts of support and resistance going on inside this box in the daily perspective. Am I wrong? Oh, you just mark off with all the lows instead of making boxes? Okay. Okay. That makes sense. I'm not even sure that I can actually put text on these. Yeah. Oh yeah. Fine left. Oh, text. Yeah, I can put text on here. Well, part of it's the I got this platform directly for order flow and auction market theory, so profiles and those type of things, and it's perfect for that. This is the best platform I could possibly imagine for that perspective. But it's so limited in everything else that it can do. But I can put text on here, so that's a good thing. So let's go back to the 15-minute and let me look left. Yeah, you can. Exactly. I just figured that out. Ram, thank you. I appreciate you. Okay, so oh, I used to play racquetball all the time. I love racquetball. I agree. I agree completely. Well, yeah, look what we did. We went to one of the VMLs. We went to our last. Mhm, mhm, mhm. E- exactly. Exactly. 100%. Yeah. Well, this is where we, need to decide, do we have a longer term area? And off the daily chart, we do have a 298.75 from the low of, July 13th. Hmm. So I just put that low in. It's marked on the daily perspective. There we go. So it's this low right here. That was that one I just popped in. That's not right though, because we're just trading right above it right now. Oh no, I picked up the wrong. I was looking at the wrong thing. I'm being an idiot. It's okay. It happens. This is a low of June 4th. June 4th. Oh, no wonder I'm on cap lock. That makes sense. All right, let's see here. Now, did that come in? Okay, yeah. So there's a low here from the daily. That's one of the lows from the daily perspective, which is also off of the 75 level we were just at. I'm just trying to get my daily lows back in here again and get the dates and everything else so I don't have a box anymore. you're, I thought you were using that half a second. I'm mass charting, so I had to build an indicator to chart for me. It plots previous day's lows and the first 15 on New York Open. Yeah. Yeah. And highs. Yeah. Exactly. Nope. 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 So there's that low. So what I have is I can come in here and I can put whatever global levels I want. I can choose which chart I'm or which chart or charts I'm bringing in levels off of. Let's see here. The 145. I thought I picked up a 145 area just now. I don't even know what life is right now. Yeah, 157. So 145. It's the 157. But it's not populating on this chart for whatever reason. It's just right up here. We've got one of the lows right there for the daily. Is it 57 or 47? It's 57. Not yet. Haven't gotten that far yet. And 2 years? Oh, goodness gracious. I love it. What did you say? Oh, God, that's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. No, absolutely. The low 120s. I have a 115. I have a 115. Yeah. No, it was that dip. That's a VML. Yeah. Yeah. You are good with numbers. You're really good with numbers. Rain Man, I love it. Okay. And this is yeah. Here we go. Yeah. So you're a carpenter, exactly. So we have a question from Jacob Thomas. I have a question for everyone. Bitcoin is reaching 80,000. So I know that at psychology level, should I be looking for longs? Psychological levels can be a reason to be looking for a possibly entry around, but again, where are you at in the charts? You know, you don't want to just enter off of a psychological level just to enter off of a psychological level. Well, there's the. I'm trying to change the color of it, but it's not letting me. So whatever. There we go. And do the same thing. And do the same thing. Yeah, you can do it. I mean, you can do this on a 240. You know, it doesn't matter. Veto. Why do I like to overcomplicate everything? Am I? I don't try to be a fancy word guy. Oh, good times. So there's that. Yeah. So there's the 240, and then we have. Well, you know what though? The hourly is going to be the same thing as the 240. It's no different. Um. Well, yeah, yeah. Depending on how far left you're looking at, and I'm looking for now. See, this is where I get hung up, right? This is where I try to make things more difficult. Um. Let me see if I can do this real quick. Yeah, this is the 240. This is a mess. Let me take everything off real quick, except for price, and keep everything else. Gloria, sure. Done. Why Gloria? Uh, you want the hourly? Is that what you want? Beautiful. All right, here's the hourly. Look left. And so and the reason why I was saying that the 240 and the hourly is because you're using the same the two areas here and here are exactly the same on both charts. And then to go left, I don't have another low to index. I can index this one, but we're not there yet. Right here. This one. The 10? Yeah. Glory. Oh shit, son. Damn it. Damn it, Tony. Well, let me get my stream back up again. I think okay, no questions. What's that? Buying books and sending them to school, and what do? They burn them. So this one here, we have to clear this level in order to go long. And then we're going to have to clear this one in order to go short. Guess what we're at right now, Vito? We're in the middle. Oh, no, I'm out. Well, yeah, I got stopped out from up there. Remember where I told you I was putting my stop? Well, yeah. Oh man. One day I may get a gold star. May get a gold star someday. Probably not. The fire ants, great. You know, Pito, I'm glad we're friends. Could you imagine what you would do if you didn't like me? Oh, goodness. All right. Wow. Yeah, you know, that's mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. Hold on a second. I'm gonna go grab a water real quick. I haven't had anything to eat or drink since I started the stream 6 hours ago. Should probably drink something. Be right back. What was that? Yeah, I left it alone. I didn't get him back down here. Oh, do I live alone? No. Nope. No, I have a significant other and her two kids. Yeah. Yeah. Senior in high school and a sophomore. Charleston's a nice place. I love Charleston. It's awesome. What does she do down there? Okay. What does she practice? Okay. She's like, whatever. I have a cousin that's in LA and she graduated from UCLA and she got all the intelligence of the family. But she does entertainment law down there. Is she not get the common sense? Well, I mean, law school, and they just teach you how to think. It's just a way of thinking. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to go to law school and then join the National Guard to go to officers candidate school. Let them pay for my law degree, and I started hanging out with the colonels and some captains and a few of the other officers and stuff. Listen to their horror stories. They're all attorneys, and listen to their horror stories and their practices and stuff. And I was like, oh, absolutely not, not doing it. So I let them discharge me for the National Guard and went on my own little merry way. But my undergrad and marriage. Go ahead. Yep. And the beautiful thing is staying out of chop. A lot of traders struggle to stay out of chop, and they get into positions here in the middle and struggle. And yeah, exactly, absolutely. You know, put me on a 2 minute with just with just order flow. I can do the same thing. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, that's the beautiful thing about this web, right? I mean, we know that we have to clear the 145 in order to be able to go long. We have to clear the 115 in order to be able to go short. And so we know our areas. There's no questions about it. We've got a 157 for 157 for a daily low above us for an area, and we've got a daily low of 0.67 and a quarter. And so at the 145, I'm not even sure if I would want to be long because what are we going to go to? The 157? What was that from the June 3rd high? There's a what? I had that level on here, and I just deleted it a few minutes ago when I put this VML on there because it was in my way, and I was thinking that I would just delete it. And 25% retracements, huh? Off the daily perspective? Interesting. And so as you're in a trend and you're continuing to make higher highs, what you're really doing then at that point in time is you're making those higher highs, you're just continuing to move the fib up until you start to get a retracement, and then you're looking for 25%. Interesting. Vito, you're full of a ton of information, my friend. Thank you. Now, just out of curiosity, this is probably a very dumb question, but it's okay. You can chastise me for it. It's good. Would you ever trade around a couple of VMLs that are just trading a balance? Would you ever trade around a couple of VMLs when they're trading a balance? Or did you just not mess with the middle at all? Mm-hmm. Yep. Beautiful. Mm-hmm. Right? It's so true. Absolutely. I thought I'd help you out, Vito. Yeah. Um, right? F-22 flying above you. You have no idea what. Well, here, let's just look at it. I have no idea. Nothing. What are VMLs and how do I chart them? Vito? What are VMLs and how do I chart them? And go ahead. Mhm. Yeah. So here's an example. Okay. So what you're looking for is you're in an area, right? In order to be able to go long, where do you have to get through in order to be able to go long? What do you have to go through in order to be able to get short? And so when we were trading down and through here, in order to get short, right, we really want to be able to get through this area right here. So if you're looking for the short side in the market's coming and market's up here, you know, you want to get down through this area in order to be able to go short, right? And so now for the long side, you got this little area up here, right there. And then you can do the same thing down through here. But the market's going up, so you have this area here, and then that's coincide with that area up here. And you just keep doing that in the context of where you're at. But now remember though, right, these VMLs, you don't want to just trade them on their own, right? You want to have areas of longer term that you're trading off of or you're trading around. And then these will help you be able to find where your short-term support resistance is. And so, for example, right, in order to be able to go short, we got to get through this low here, right? And so now, do we get a breakdown through this area? That maybe a pullback into the area that give us a reason to go short and possibly look for the price action to come back down to the red line, which is another one of Vito's magical lines. I think the red line is more important than a VML, but did I cover that correctly, Vito? Yeah. And so you're just taking areas. Exactly. Yep. 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 Makes perfect sense. Was this guy's name Tony? Jew, you're not helping. You're fired, my friend. Wait, where's the exit button? That was awesome. That was well played. Thank you, sir. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I love it. One of these days when when I don't have to worry about YouTube and those type of things, that'll be my theme song. I'll just start playing Gloria for the '80s every time I start streaming. That'll be the entry song. I'm ready to take notes. What is it? What? Are you there? Okay, go on. good times. Nope. Oh, good times. No. You're cut off for 20 minutes. Erica just looks at me, and I know that's what it is. It's my cue to leave the vicinity. You know, she just gets quiet and she just looks at you, and you just know, and you're like, okay. You don't even say anything. You just walk out. I'll leave you alone now. It's okay. It's all good. Would you have her any other way though? Yeah, it's doubting my life decisions. Oh, good times. Absolutely. Absolutely. Wife turns 60, you change her in for 230s. Oh, good times. We could get banned. Well, gentlemen, I think family's home now. They went to a soccer game tonight. They all like soccer, football. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna go and hang out with them for a few minutes. I still have to have dinner, and I need to be up at 4:30. I should probably get some sleep at some point in time. No, originally from the West Coast. I'm on the East Coast now. I'm in Morgantown, West Virginia. Yeah. Yeah, no, after the divorce, I was in Ohio, in between Cleveland and Akron, and I was like, "You know what? I need to get out of here. I wanna be around where mountains are again." And I couldn't get to the West Coast because my job, had to have a be within the footprint of the area, and every other state that was around us so I could go to, I'd already lived in. And I was like, "You know what? I've never been to West Virginia before." So 3 days later, I was in West Virginia. This is how I operate. I've been here since, oh 02. What's up? Oh, hi. Oh, that's funny. See, look at the VML right now. What's in the way? Oh, yeah, so we came into yesterday's low. Yeah, I should probably turn all my stuff back on. Absolutely. Yeah, on that pullback, we went right back to VWAP, and I didn't have everything on. I shut it off, but that right there, retesting VWAP again, you know, um, yeah, yeah. No, I should have been long off the VWAP, but I didn't even have the area up on my charts. I took them off trying to get to other time frame charts and didn't put it back on. My bad. Well, we hit the 145 area. Yeah, yeah, yep. 15-minute VWAP off the long, off the 75 level, holding it, hold structure the whole time. Yesterday's Globex low at 104.75. Yes. Wait, one what? That's not what I have. I have 186. I'm like, okay, do I take the 178 or do I take the 186? What? But you have the 186 as well? Okay, yeah, yeah, okay, it's good. So I don't feel so bad now because I have to do it. I have to do it by hand over here, right? So dumb. This is 178. Yeah. Hey, Kat, how's it going? He's actually paid us to talk to him, so you know. How was South Carolina? Good. You have any other trips planned anytime soon? You have any other trips planned anytime soon? Okay. What do you want to do next year? Oh, sweet. Nice. No, it's beautiful. Puerto Rico's a nice place. It's changed a lot since the hurricane. I know pre-COVID, it wasn't the same even in 2019 to 2020. I don't know anything about now, but it's so beautiful there. Well, you know how to clear a room, Vito. Yeah. No, Dad. And just you hear the door slam. Oh, good times. Of course. What's up? 1:50 a.m. for Monday. So 1:50 a.m. That's, you're saying Monday, that's today, right? Okay. Okay. Let me get on a different time frame. What? Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. What you got? Let's see. Is there a gap after the what candle? No. No. No, it's not a gap there actually. So the close of the 150 is at 214 and a quarter. The open is at 216 and 3/4. So it opened up a little bit higher than the actual close. There's not a gap there. Yeah, I really wish I had all my stuff up, because that VWAP trade would have been nice to pick up. So rude. Yeah, I still hear the door slamming in my head right now. Okay. At the 178 level? Well, that's really interesting, because the 178 level for me is not that. 150. No, because the 150 close for me, the close is at 214, not even in the vicinity of 178. Yeah, please. Yes. Yep. Yep. I am very proud of myself right now, Vito, and I am very proud that I didn't re-enter the long position either, because that would have been completely wrong of me to do at the VWAP of the 15-minute chart, because I've been terrible. Feels like sitting on an upside down bar stool right now. And no, I'm not spinning. The 150 candle opened at, okay, so it's interesting because I have a gap on the 115. Yeah, the 150. Oh, this is a 15-minute chart. Never mind. Let me get back to the 5-minute. Sorry. So let's go back to the 150. That bar on the 150 opened at 225, 29,225. Yep. $215. So this is 140. This here is saying 2:15 a.m. on this bar, but down at the bottom it says 150. $250. $250 is this bar right here. You know, it's funny because I used to stream in, well, I didn't stream. I had a live trading room from 2010 to 2012. And I would trade live in the ES, the Bund, oil, I mean all sorts of stuff. And there was quite a few times where my charts didn't match somebody else's. So, you know, you get into, but see, actually now that I switched time frame and came back again, if you look right here, this is the 150 bar. This is now a gap between the close and the open. It wasn't before, but it is now. Well, this is the 5-minute. So I went from the 5-minute to, yeah, I went from the 15 to the 5-minute, back to the 15, back to the 5-minute. Now the gap is there. See, you manifested that. You manifested the gap. Yeah, now there's a gap there. Yeah, it's a very micro, very whatever gap. Yeah, no. Nope. I have a gap of less than a point. Three ticks. 25.75 to 25. What, like that? Mm-hmm. This gap is at what? This gap here. Well, yeah. So this gap that's the 155 bar. That's the 155 bar. This is the one. This is the 2 o'clock bar. So 2 o'clock, 155. Yeah. No. No. That means that if your gap is 20 points, that means that your open is up here at this high. And so it closed here or somewhere right around in here, and then it opened way up here for you, where I've got a wick, you got a gap. Well, I mean, and this is what happens, right? Charting platforms, data feed differences, things are grouped together. And so what happened here is in this example you're giving, right? Price action traded up here. My chart is showing the trades. Your chart is showing the open, of the bar, right? And so you didn't get these trades in here. Maybe it happened really fast, maybe it was, whatever it might be, but yours got clustered in all into one price, which is the open of the next bar, where mine's showing the wick. That's the only difference. Well, and this is where it comes down to, right? You got to trade what you see. You got to trade what's in your chart, right? And you trade your areas, and that's all that we can do. And we can get granular in this and the comparisons and everything else along those lines, but at some point in time, you just got to trust what's in front of you. You know, 208 and 3/4 right there. Mhm. Mhm. Yep. Yep. So this is the 1230 bar right here. Hmm. Right there. Hmm. Right here. Yep. Same area, same correlation around the area, right? How we got there is a little bit different, which makes perfect sense. Well, on that note, I do. I'm starting to get pretty tired, and I got to be up in 6 hours, less than. Oh, good times. So on that note, thank you everybody for being here. Vito, you here? Gloria is saying goodnight. But I want to thank everybody so much. Vito, thank you so much for your help, support, your education, just absolutely everything. Thank you for being you. Jew, thank you so much for being here. Truly, truly appreciate you as well, your insights on the information that you have. Ram, thank you for sharing knowledge, everyone. Have a good rest of your day. Ram, you too. Thank you for being here. And thank you, everybody, for coming in, the conversations, your viewpoints, your questions, your ideas, the follows, the likes, the gifts. You guys are absolutely amazing, and truly appreciate each and every single one of you. Jacob, have a good night. Enjoy. And yeah, I'm going to be on much more consistently now moving forward. Tomorrow, 3 p.m. The rest of the week, 3 p.m. And then the weekends, be a little bit more flexible on the weekends with me for the next couple weeks, and then we'll kind of figure that out. I've got the course I'm working on and a few other things, but I also have to get in here and be practicing my trading as well, because I'm still getting out too early out of positions and I'm not getting back in properly in others. So now I also know how to make VMLs. I'll use that magic wand and get better at this whole process. So thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate you. You have anything you want to add, Vito or Jew? You sound tired. Sounds good. Absolutely. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And we will see everybody tomorrow, 3 p.m. Thank you very much. Have a great night. Get some rest. Happy trading. Enjoy.